to get another Huntress Guardian, or I guess like one Huntress Guardian that meets the requirements. Let me show you guys why the Apprentice Guardian is kind of like hot garbage dookie water. So let's say, for example, we have a harpoon placed down, and we are using a buff beam on that harpoon. So like this, and then let's also upgrade both of them to maximum. Now, if we look at the damage done by this harpoon, right now it's 92k per hit, and that's with this completely maxed out buff beam. It's got an average DPS of... Ah. Now, with no Apprentice Guardian, this thing is doing 92k damage per shot with a completely best... Now, with no Apprentice Guardian, with a buff beam that's maxed out and an upgraded... Now, when we're not using an Apprentice Guardian, this thing is dealing 99... Words. Now, with no Apprentice Guardian, this thing is dealing 92,000 damage per shot for a total of 473 damage per second. Thank you, police. When we have a Huntress Guardian... With the Apprentice Guardian equipped, it's a little bit higher, all the way up to 582,000 damage per second. And again, that is up. That is up from 473,000. Now, if I were to just go ahead and swap over to Lenny with the Huntress Guardian, mind you, the Monk Guardian isn't doing anything in this scenario, the DPS is now nearly doubled. So, you know, and sure, you could go ahead and run a Huntress and an Apprentice Guardian. I guess I actually can't do that on one character, but it just really isn't worth it most of the time. I mean, it depends, but at least for what we're doing, it's not really worth it. But yeah, that's why the Apprentice Guardian is just kind of not that good. It's basically just because of the way that buff beams work on their scaling, where they boost your damage by a very good amount, and then they also boost your range and rate not that good. So having some... But it basically just boils down to the way that the boosting on the buff beams work. They boost your damage really, really well, but they don't boost your range that well, and they definitely don't... Well, I need to say this in the right order. It basically boils down to the way that these buff beams work, where they boost your damage super well, but they don't boost your rate that well, and they really do not boost your range that well. Whenever it comes to choosing which boost to use on a tower, whether it be buff beam or guardian, it doesn't add them up or multiply, it just chooses whichever one is higher. And the buff beam is actually pretty close to whatever you can get from an Apprentice Guardian, but it is very, very far from what we can get from a Monk Guardian, or especially an Apprentice Guardian. Monk Guardian, or especially a Huntress Guardian. Do I not have another Apprentice Guardian? Or Huntress Guardian? Do I really not have one? Wow, I do not. That's very surprising, to be honest. I'm very, very surprised. I thought I did. Quite odd. Indubitably. Nope. Oh. 370, 278. What is my current Huntress using? What the hell is... Oh. Honestly, whatever my current Huntress has is, like, more than good enough for what I have planned here. Interesting. We're probably at, like, what, 2 hours, 20 minutes? 2 hours, 10 minutes? Something like that. 2 hours, 15. Kind of in the middle. Not so bad. So what, we're officially at, like... Or not officially, but we're nearly at, like, the 6 hour mark, roughly. Which is when I said we'd be done, more than likely. So this is not the best luck, but not the worst luck either. We have both Monk Guardians, and we'll get both Huntress Guardians in due time, I think. We should. Probably. Why do I not have that? Why do I not have that equipped on my Monk right now? Oh, right, because I unequipped it. Duh. Wait. I felt like a weird sneeze. What the hell are the odds of this? Oh! Oh! I mean, this isn't good enough, but... Damn. Has the upgrades, just doesn't have enough boost. Ultimate plus plus Bone Cutter, hello. It is awful. But this does bring a good opportunity to talk about something. I'm currently on local mode, which means that if I get any ultimate plus plus gear, it is going to be probably like significantly better than whatever you would get on not local. It's just how the game works. On ranked, you get worse ultimate plus pluses than you do on local. So just keep that in mind. But everything else should be the exact same. I kind of like this one. It's got HP, damage, sure has negative ability too, but I mean, we all have our downsides, don't we? I'll probably keep it. Huh. Sell all. If it was like 39 or 38, I would consider it, but this is just not quite there. Not quite my tempo.
Hey, welcome back.
Ingot. You make me consider things, Ingot.
Did you need something?
At what point do I justify a visit to go get a Magus Citadel Guardian? Because we're getting closer and closer to it the longer that I spend here. I'm also not getting any good weapons for these characters. That's the other part. Oh, that's the other part that's kind of confusing me, is just that I'm not getting good weapons. Well, I am. I guess I'm just complaining. That's more than anything, I'm just complaining too much, but still. Feels like I should have gotten something by now. No. The sun has decided to appear and blind me completely. So just ping me and said they're waiting for my next video. Give me Huntress, give me Huntress, give me Huntress. Me want Huntress, me you eat Huntress, me you Huntress, me you want. God damn it. Where are my super awesome Huntress weapons? Or melee weapons as well. I'm also not getting any good bone cutters. Scam. The missile knows where it is. I felt like I sold something I shouldn't have there, but I'm lazy. I don't need you anymore. Good.
Looking for something specific.
We are now at 2.5 hours for this recording. That is depressing. I actually just haven't got that... Ugh, words. I actually just haven't gotten that many Guardians in general now. It's been a while. Whoops. Oh, that's bad. If I'm beginning to start, like, swapping heroes badly and placing the wrong towers, that is the first signs of not to give a shit alley. And I can't go down that alley. That's a bad idea. So we need to speed this up. I need to get lucky. I love gambling. I should go get the mana gathering weapon. It would be a good break from this. Nope. Huntress. Mein goodness. Das ist eine Huntress. Shit. It's awful. Another monk animus as well. Why are we getting these? Okay, wow. That is a much better... the charge speed kind of sucks, but is otherwise a much better DPS weapon than we currently have for our, whatever character that is. Still not getting lucky on the Nosferatus and tower stats, which is a bit surprising, to be honest. Miyamo S. Brian. Depression. Wouldn't even have enough upgrades, that's the other thing. Well, actually, maybe it would. Because we only need to boost like 11 towers, and not 10. Or not 12, so... We could get away with kind of a crummy thing going on. I'm stupid. I'm losing it right now. I am losing it. Give me a 100 Guardian, please. Release me. Release me. God damn it. We got an Apprentice Guardian. And it meets requirements, of course. God damn. What is this luck? Or unluck? I guess it's, you know, somewhat to be expected, but it does not feel particularly great. That is awful. That is depressing. That is also depressing. It's kind of crazy that I haven't gotten a good bone cutter. A spider? Oh, right. This is kind of beginning to take too long. I'm losing my patience. We're what? 3 hours? That's like, what, 6.5 hours? This is already past, like, the whatchamacallit point. I don't want it to be longer than, like, 12 hours. But, I mean, we'll see. Please be a good huntress. Damn.
Check me star often. I get new shipments all the time.
Did I keep nothing? We have so much mana. 100th Guardian! 200th Guardians! Oh my god! Oh my lord. The RNG fest is over. Mashallah.
I would help you defend the crystals, but I would sell these findings. You'll find other shops with equal quality. Have a look around. All of my weapons are super effective against goblins.
Alright, it is approximately 1 a.m. I woke up about 2 hours ago from my 1-hour nap that I took at 1 p.m. And the next challenge that we have to do is getting ourselves a mana gathering weapon, which is going to be on Insane Hardcore Forced Ogre Crush. This is going to be pretty easy map because we're going to DPS the hell out of everything, and on Insane we deal crazy damage, and that's pretty much it. The build is like really simple. It's just a ton of mortar turrets, more or less, and then a stack of ores, a wall, all that good business. But like honestly, it just needs to be something that distracts all the ogres, and that's just what the mortar turret is best at. And don't get me wrong, they'll deal good damage, but like we're dealing the good damage. They're dealing okay damage. We're dealing the good damage. I missed the chest. Alright, first things first, we're going to place a slow and an ensnare, slow and a strength drain, basically as far forward as we can over there. Because, well, there's nothing on the inside to worry about, it's just a ton of ogres from the outside. Then we're going to swap over to our Series EV, and we're going to place down a couple of very specific walls, reflections, and a single buff beam in the middle. Have I shown my stats? I don't know if I've shown my stats. Nothing crazy. The EV does have quite higher stats than everybody else, but that's just because she's got 2 weapons. Go ahead and inside this tree place down a 4DU physical beam. Around the sunflower area, place down a 1DU reflector. From this bush, go all the way to the right, placing down 1DU reflectors. All the way there. All the way. Peanut butter jelly down a long way. You know how it goes. And then over here, start curving down. And something like this. And then one last reflection. And that's it. All of them 1DU. And then over here, a 4DU physical wall. Although, honestly, you could make it a 3DU. And then a 1DU reflection beam right there. And that's it. That's, oh, not that's it. I always forget about this, but there's a buff beam up here. Okay, now that's it. Did I forget the chest? No, I picked up the chest. Next up is going to be swapping over to our Hermit, because otherwise this build will completely fail, and we will crash and burn and die, and things will be awful. He does not have a fissionable, because I am stupid. Okay, this one will have to do for now. So we're going to place down a 2DU web wall right here. This one's going to do a lot of work, and then we're going to place down, just for insurance, a pylon somewhere like that. That'll do just fine. And then another pylon. Well, not just yet, but later on we'll place another pylon there. And then place down a forest golem right here. That forest golem, the most essential thing you will have on the entire map, because it just means that every single ogre that spawns in will think, ah, yes, there's a crystal right here. Time to go attack the forest golem. I don't know what it is about the forest golem, but he just, like, takes the aggro from literally everything on the entire map. Personally, I'm not going to complain, but it is a little strange. Very much so, however, it is a very, very cool mechanic. I am a massive fan of mechanics like that. So you're not going to see me... But I mean, the first wave is just very simple. Kill all the ogres, maybe leave yourself some mana left over. If you don't want a hero boost for all your damage the way that I am with like a genie, you could upgrade like your Jester's Staff, the pumpkin thrower, and it'll deal like more damage per, you know, attack than I am dealing with my current weapon while hero boosting. Stabs are just really powerful like that, but that's it for the first wave. Now let's go back on that Hermit and place down the rest of the towers. Did I call this Hermit a Warden earlier? I probably did. I do that a lot. I'm very bad with that kind of a thing. I just do that way too much. It's fine, though. We're going to place down a nature pylon right here. And that's going to be it for this guy. I apologize to the people who are watching the actual VOD. I just burped. Very gross. Yeah. Now let's go over to... Holy shit, your sword is massive. Oh, I have... I never paid attention to that. Our Countess. So, we're going to stack a ton of towers here. First of all, one mortar turret facing that way, another mortar turret facing that way, and then every one of the other mortar turrets straight down this hallway. We need to make sure that this area is getting pummeled constantly 24/7. And in the middle of my sentence, I don't know what happened, but something got into like my nose or something, and it sounded weird. Anyways, that's going to be it for the entire build. You might be wondering, why no minions? Not only are they not necessary, but the spiders, they just don't do anything. Otherwise, you would actually benefit a ton from having spiders. It's just, they don't do anything. Oh yeah, let me show you guys how to upgrade these stabs, because I need to equip them as well. Magic, we're going to use what? This one? No, we're going to use this one. So, first things first, you want to get the projectile speed maxed out, and then also the charge speed up to 80. The charge speed is very important, needs to be at least 80. I would not recommend making it higher. I don't think it's really worthwhile. And upgrade your additional projectiles along the way. And then I'm just going to dump 120 damage, or upgrades, into the base damage. And look at that, we have upgraded our staff. So, what we're going to do is bring in as our secondary character, our Jester. Not because of the Wheel of Fortuna, but instead because of the fact that it can use a staff. So you could really use any character that can use a staff for this. Then we're going to bring in our Summoner, Lenny, who currently has a Huntress and a Monk Guardian, and instead will be swapped out to have 2 Huntress Guardians. Sure, this one's good enough. Honestly, it doesn't really matter that much. And then last character is going to be our Countess. So, go ahead and move over your Jester. I like placing him just like on top of the stack of towers. Not really much reason to place him anywhere else. And then I like bringing over the Summoner and just dumping him right next to the stack of mortar turrets. By the way, your Huntress... I'm not going to finish that sentence. And last but not least, our Countess, who is going to put... And last but not least, our Countess, who we are going to put in some fuck-ass random corner. Yeah, around this log should do just fine. By the way, why is your sword so massive? That's not even the maximum size for a sword, by the way. The weapon size can max out at like 2 flat. So the fact that it's, that would be really cool for a barbarian. Anyways, first round, we're not going to do much on any of the other characters. Honestly, we're just going to go ahead and upgrade all of our buildings. Now, Now, because we're upgrading our buff beams first, and now because we're upgrading our buildings, because we're upgrading all of our buildings, you'd probably be better off with like a Jester or an Upgrader Adept to do this, but I'm lazy. And honestly, like, this is not that hard. The only things that I would recommend upgrading like urgently for the first round is try and make sure that you get your wall up. Try and make sure that you get your physical wall maxed out. Try and make sure that you get the nature pylon next to it maxed out, and then like the web wall, I guess. And don't really worry about the other nature pylon or the other wall. Like, they're good to get maxed out, but frankly speaking, it's eh. They're not nearly as important as this one is, because they're not going to have nearly the same amount of ogres and whatnot. Mainly forest ogres. You might be wondering, what are the nature pylons for? Well, they're just for insurance. That's literally it. If you're super confident in your stats, you don't need them whatsoever. But the nature pylons, they just do a really, really good job of making sure that even if a forest ogre decides to hit your wall doesn't go down, and therefore you don't go down. Quick little thing about this map. The rewards on this map are actually pretty good when it comes to the accessories, and also, especially when it comes to the weapons. The quality of weapon that you get from here, even on Insane, is really, really good. And honestly, with 2k stats, you could probably manage to do this map with a similar build on, like, Nightmare, or hell, even Ruthless, I think. But it's just not really worth it, because since the reward quality on this map is so goddamn high, you would just end up in a situation where you're, like, you would just end up in a situation where you have a ton of, like, ultimate or supreme, where you just have, like, a ton of ultimate or, like, I don't know, supreme gear that you just don't really have a usage for because you can't equip it yet. And when it comes to a mana gathering weapon, which is the main reason that we are here, you don't need something that's amazing, you just need something that can do the job. Although, words. Later on, you can go for something that's amazing, but honestly, even then, I don't know. I mean, just do it like once on Ruthless. Get yourself like a plus 600 ability 1 thing, and then you're good. Oh yeah, Forest Ogres. We start getting Forest Ogres. Now, don't let these numbers deceive you in the middle of the screen. There aren't, in fact, 2 Forest Ogres. There's a minimum of 2 Forest Ogres. There's a maximum of 2 plus 8 Forest Ogres, because every single one of those goddamn Gobblecopters, they can be a Forest Ogre, which is very cool. Words. Which is very cool because it means that depending on how lucky/unlucky you get, you could just like lose the lottery and end up with like a trillion Forest Ogres, which on the and that doesn't really mean that it's oh god, I apologize for that part. That doesn't really and that doesn't really mean that it's Jover. And that doesn't really mean that it's Jover, it just means that it's a bit more dangerous. And that doesn't really mean that it's Jover, it just means that it's a bit more dangerous. Now then, before you start any wave with the Forest Ogres, go onto your Jester, and roughly down this hallway area, hold down left click and then right click to get him to start shooting, and then go back to your primary screen so he continues shooting. What we're going to do is basically sit like around this point here, ideally with good amount of tower boost and hero boost, but mainly hero boost. And we're just going to shoot down this hallway with a Genie Pet, just spamming our mana pat. And then whenever enemies start getting near, start your tower boost, and then also start your hero boost. And that's it. That's literally all you're doing for the entirety of this map. Like, there's not really much going on here. By the way, because the loot quality is so high here on this map, one of the really nice benefits of that is the fact that you can just go ahead and do this a single time, and you will get a mana gathering weapon that's good enough on your first go. At least it's very, very likely that you will. I've done this a lot of times, and every single time I have gotten a good enough mana gathering weapon to go until endgame. I guess in a situation like this, it's not too bad to be level 78. Okay. Now that we're at the end of the wave, I'm actually going to do something where I just go out here and kill everything on my monk. This isn't necessary, it just speeds up the round a good little bit. That's literally it. That's all it does. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of stupid that I continued doing Halloween Spectacular like the entire time, because at the end of the day, this map can also give you Guardians, and it's like, I don't know, maybe it's not, I don't know, maybe it's not the same drop chances as it is on Halloween Spectacular, but like, we need to do this map, but like, we need to do this map, but like, we need to do this map like, but like we, but we need to, what, I can't speak, what is wrong with me? But we need to do this map like at least once, so no matter what, it's going to be happening. So I guess like realistically speaking, since we don't really need any Guardians or pretty much anything other than like a DPS pet, the moment that we finished Moonbase, we could have just like jumped over here and you know, done this. Although I think at the moment we don't actually have like a really good Huntress Guardian. Well, like we don't have 2 really good Huntress Guardians, we only have 1. So I guess I don't really mind it that much. God, these mortar turrets are so beautiful, by the way. I love mortar turrets. They're so awesome. The web wall, honestly, the web walls are like so weird for me because I don't really understand their purpose in a lot of situations, since a spider would just do the same thing, but better. Oh, alright, let's get up on enemies. Let's go kill. Let's say a cardboard tube in there. Cardboard tube with my beloved. Tube. Tube. You tube. God, imagine being British. What a nightmare. My character has like crazy low HP, so I could just like die on the spot. Hey, look, a Van Wolfenstein. Is there any way to get like a good Van Wolfenstein? I guess there isn't really much of a reason to, considering the Hasatat's Last Recurve is one that you can get from, what is it called? From Return to that one map that I forgot the name of. Not Morago. Oh, Return to Morago has me interested though, because that would be kind of cool. I like a lot of the weapon rewards from Morago, especially on like hardcore, and I think you can get like the crummy Rainmaker from there. And I know it's not a Rainmaker because it's probably gonna be like way worse than one, but it looks cool. It looks really cool. I'm curious, how many event items are there that you like cannot outfarm no matter how hard you try? You ever thought about that? I've thought about that a lot actually, because the Rainmaker for a good amount of time, for a very long amount of time, at least as far as I'm aware, was like the pinnacle of all event items. It was, in my opinion, kind of like the biggest piece of dog shit because of that. But a lot of people liked it for that same reason, you know, people who use event items. God, horrible, horrible people. The majority of the player base, the worst. That is sarcasm in case you can't tell. And I always wondered, like, what are we going to get something that can beat this? Like, realistically speaking. I mean, like, not within like 10 runs or anything like that, because that's, you know, that's a little unreasonable. It's an event item, and it's certainly a very classic OG event item. I don't think you should be able to beat it within like 10 runs of doing a map, but I think within like 100, maybe a couple hundred runs of doing a map, going for dedicated rewards, I think you should be able to beat like pretty much any event item. But I know for a fact that there's a couple of them, namely the Final Patch and the Celebration and the Celebracers as well, I think. All of those you can't beat normally, like, at all. At least in the majority of, like, universal stats. I know you can get, like, ultimate accessories that have better stats than them because you can go because you can upgrade those up to, what, 600 in their primary stat, but, like, I don't really know that I would count that too much. Did I mention this? The reason that the map quality on this, the reason that the reward quality on this map is so good, not the reason why, but one of the really nice things about the reward quality being so good on this map is that even if you fail like a trillion times, it doesn't matter as long as you get a single completion, because one completion means that you have your mana gathering weapon potentially like for the rest of the video game. Really, I'm curious how many event items that there are, like, that are not beatable. Like, I have thought about this, but never extensively. I should think about this extensively at some point, because I would like to beat a bunch of the event items. I know there's a few ones that, like, other than the accessories that I just mentioned, you can't really beat them realistically. But there's stuff like the, rephrase. There's stuff like the rock boulder thrower thingamabobber that you can use on a Huntress/Series EV that just, like, shoots rocks everywhere, or like the Inkzooka, which is just a different type of pet or weapon. And I don't think there's any things that are, like, similar to that at the moment. Oh yeah, by the way, you want to see what happens if you get close to the Forest Ogres? And look at that, they dealt such a massive amount of damage to my wall despite all the resistances and all that good business. The Forest Ogres really are the only challenge on this map. They are a very mighty foe. I wonder if my stash is clear. It totally isn't. I left my Monk Guardian in there. I forgot about that. Finale Wave. Interesting. This map does not give you any good mana at all. Any good mana, any good experience. I am going to snipe this out of the air because I can. I love doing that. Can't really do that in the middle of the wave because, you know, they will destroy your wall. But at the beginning, or, yeah, but at the beginning you can get away with it. This is truly the most, you know, intriguing of gameplay. Honestly, it might be worthwhile to set up your monk, not monk, sorry. It might be worthwhile to set up your jester using a Nosferatu rather than the jester staff, whatever the thing is, the pumpkin staff, because this thing has like way better area of effect than the staff does. So like you would have to be less precise in your placement of your mouse one, your cursor. But honestly, I have never once had a problem with the placement of the cursor. It just always works out. And I think a good portion of that is because of the fact that it just deals such crazy damage, so it doesn't really matter whether or not it's dealing, like, whether or not it's hitting every projectile every time. It deals more than enough damage for it to not matter. Surprisingly enough, we actually didn't get that many Forest Ogres this time. Most of the time that I do this, I'm used to getting, like, 20 Forest Ogres in the final wave, but this time, we didn't get that many. And honestly, kind of a blessing. We have run out of our tower boost. This is so sad. Despacito, play Despacito. And that is it for the map. Not too hard, pretty damn easy. Oh yeah, we got accessories too, and a genie. Hopefully that genie has good ability 1. The accessories you get, they can be pretty good, but they do require you to be level 83 to use, which, I mean, you could get to level 83, but I just wouldn't do it yet. Later on, maybe, but not yet. It does have a good ability 1, but not as good as what I currently have. And also makes me lose even more HP. Congratulations, you go in the swap out folder. Why does this thing not have extra projectiles? It's supposed to have extra projectiles. I guess I'll keep this for fun. There we go, Transcendent Boulder Thrower, and then 3 Mythicals. Also a Sicarus. Wait, a Sicarus? Isn't this the map-specific reward? I know you can unlock them. Am I able to use it? Okay, no, it's level locked. Okay, I was very confused there for a second. Alright, let me lock this one. And lock this one. And the rest of them as well. By the way, you can see that the stats on these are actually, like, not that bad. So it's probably a decent idea if you want to just, like, farm this map for a monk weapon on all your characters. Although, frankly speaking, if you're going to farm any map for a monk weapon, this is probably not the best one. Armor, as always, is worth looking at, but probably not anything good. Accessories, the Supreme ones especially worth looking at. But even the non-accessories, even the non-Supremes are good because, like, look at this, you know? Or even look at this. A lot of this stuff can be used on a bunch of our heroes, at least for, like, ability 1 boosting or stuff like that. Alright, let me make sure I'm not selling anything I want to keep. The stats on these map reward weapons, just like the generic ones, are actually surprisingly good. Yeah. Alright, sell all. Now, when it comes to deciding which of these to use, basically just look at whichever one gives you the most ability 1, and then after that, it needs to meet a single weird requirement. Your clock is off by an hour. Shazam! Alright, so... go ahead and... okay, hold on. Actually, now that I think about it... minus 400, minus 150. Do I not have a good genie? I don't have a good genie. That's awkward. Oh, that's fine. This one's not... oh, this one is a Transcendent Genie. Okay, well, that's awkward. That's very awkward. Go ahead and equip whatever genie you're going to use on your monk. This one is, like, close enough to... this one isn't what I'm going to use because it has negative ability 1, but it's the only one that I can use currently because this character isn't 78 yet. Then when you're looking at your mana gathering weapons, you probably need one that has more than 55 upgrades. Around like 150 is what I would say is enough. So like this one is probably what we're going to end up using in the end game, but for the moment I'll throw it off with this one. First thing you do, max out the projectile speed bonus, no question. After that, increase the range damage all the way up until you get +4 additional projectiles because that is the maximum. Then just go ahead and equip it, and look at the damage that you deal on Nightmare and above. You need to make sure that you are dealing at least 2100 damage per projectile. Probably not too much more than that, but at least 2100. I would recommend just putting like 50 points into the range damage, maybe even more. And would you look at that, we are dealing 2100 plus damage per shot. I'm actually going to put another like 10 or 20 upgrades into it because On Ruthless, the enemies get some sort of damage reduction, I'm pretty sure, so I'd like to make sure that we are always dealing at least 2100 damage. By the way, the reason it's that number is because the way that genies work, 2100 damage is the point where the mana collection bonus per projectile hitting the enemy caps out, something along those lines. And also, when it comes to the mana collection bonus itself, you want to have this be like 29,500 or some number like that. I don't remember. That's really old information. Go look up the wiki page for the genies, and that'll give you more information.
Why don't you have a look?
Ah, wording.
Buy your
Oh yeah, let me go ahead and equip these accessories as well while I'm at it.
have a look around.
Oh, I need to go up to 78. But I can equip this one. HP, ability 1. It's a shame that I can't use this one because it's not that good, but I don't know.
You're good,
What
fella.
can you do?
Welcome here.
I guess this one would have been better to use, but it's fine. We're gonna level up anyways. Now, at this point, you have a decision to make, which is basically whether or not you're going to go for level 78 on all your characters, which I highly, highly recommend. Seriously, go for it. But if you want to, now that you have, you know, roughly...
All of me good.
Oh, words. Now, at this point, you have a decision to make. You can go for level 78 on all of your builders, which I highly, highly recommend. But at this point, if you want to, you can dump like 100-ish upgrades into the damage for all of your armor, and I really do mean the damage, not anything else. And make sure that your character's damages are all like 2,000, 2,500-ish, and then just go straight into Deeper Well. I'm not going to do this because, I'm going to be honest, like, you can do it, it's just not really worthwhile to. Having those extra levels is really nice for sorting your gear later on, but if you want to, you can just go straight into Deeper Well and do the end game armor farm, whatever call it. Whatchamacallit. Ah, words. Ugh, I cannot speak. How's the swap out folder looking like?
One of each pet type.
Wow, I do not have that many DPS pets. At least not as many as I was hoping I would. Huh. I'm actually missing a DPS pet. That's surprising. Damn, if these weren't animuses, I could use them. I guess I should have gotten another DPS pet in the meantime, but whatever. This one will do just fine.
The master banker. I used to sword fight in the Caribbean. Look behind you. A three-headed monkey.
Oh, words. English, not mine. Now, me personally, I actually want to get extra levels. Ah, words. Now, me personally, what I recommend doing, because it's just really easy to, and kind of why not, is getting your characters up to 78 on Embermount, except this time, doing the map on Ruthless Hardcore. The build is mostly the same, except you can get away with just a single aura stack at each crystal, and also a single stack of traps, and also you want to swap up the traps that you're using so that they're just a little bit more efficient. God, I really just obliterated my sleep. That is not so good. That is not so good, very bad. So, go ahead and place down an ensnare and a strength drain, basically like as close to the crystal as you can place it, and do the exact same thing for the other crystal. Still not using electric auras, not because they're not good, but mainly just because of the fact that, to be honest, I want to get the XP multiplier on this character, so, you know. Buff beams are actually the exact same, along with the reflectors. Just make it like an A shape, and then put a buff beam straight through the middle of it. I think if you want, actually, because of the DU that you have left over, you can make these like 3 DU buff beams. I think if you want, you can actually make these reflectors like 3 DU on every single one of them, rather than having a single 1 DU reflector, but honestly, I'm so conditioned from doing honestly, I'm so conditioned from doing it the way that I've done it for so long that I'm just going to keep doing it with a 1 DU. Now here is where one of the major differences is. On your Huntress, you're going to go ahead and place down Inferno traps and also oil traps. All of them will be placed like roughly around this spot for this crystal. You know, just dump them on the same spot. Does she have a fashionable? She does. And the same thing over here for this crystal. Again, making them like basically as close as you can to the crystal. If you want, you can decrease the size of the gas auras, but I'm lazy. Can't be bothered. I think there's also a bit of a difference with like the mortar turrets and whatnot because you have a little bit less mana overall, but honestly, it's mostly like the exact same thing. 3 mortar turrets on each crystal. Dude, this sword is massive. Jesus Christ. Now, you don't have enough mana left over to place down 2 harpoon turrets, so what I normally do is just place down like 1 harpoon turret, I don't know, like over there, and then a bouncer blockade over at the stack of towers. The bouncer blockade's purpose is to deal with the spiders, because everything is going to have a ton of HP, and you don't want your stuff getting webbed. What is the requirement to get to level 77? Oh wait, this character is already level 78, so I'm going to go ahead and swap him out for, sure, why not, the Countess. Bring in our EV, bring in our Aura Monk, and I guess we can also bring in our Trap Huntress. Now, out of all of these characters, the EV beams will reflect projectiles because the reflections are reflecting, and that's going to damage enemies, so she's not viable for the 1.3 times multiplier. The Huntress has Inferno Traps, so obviously she's not viable either. And, you know, the Countess, I mean, the Countess had the Countess Towers, so she's not viable for that either. So the only character here who can actually get the XP multiplier at the moment is going to be our Aura Monk, because she is not dealing damage with her auras, just slowing down enemies. Speaking of slowing down enemies, you will notice the enemies are actually quite a bit slower than they are on Nightmare. But that's fine, because there's also a lot less of them. And also they have way, way more HP. I mean, like, I think like 9 times the amount of health on pretty much everything. But thankfully, we have functionally like around 9 times the amount of DPS, so it doesn't really matter. Now, if you want to, and in fact, I would probably recommend this, just keep an eye on where the spiders are, but you can drop down and upgrade your buff beams like once or twice just to increase the DPS of your towers. It will help out like a good bit, but by no means is it necessary. I guess you could also just dump down a couple of towers while you're here as well, if you're on your Countess, but I guess I'll do this. Why not? For fun. Oh, spider almost hit me. Yeah, but like if you've given your things like 2 upgrades, I wouldn't really bother going any more than that because it's, well, it's just not really a good idea. You're gonna get damaged and then you're gonna lose your XP multiplier. Now you will notice that this takes like quite a bit longer than it did on Nightmare, but it's fine because if you're on Ruthless difficulty, you get an additional 1.3 times XP multiplier, so it makes it worth it in the end. And would you look at that? We are done. Now, I actually don't remember the exact amount of experience required for level 78 off the top of my head, but it's like, it's some amount. But, I mean, look at this. 12 million experience on this character. Not too bad in my opinion. And of course, one other benefit is that you can continue grinding armor here. You have no speed, do you? Oh no, you do have speed. The armor here is like, I don't know, don't get me wrong, it's good. I mean, you can see this, it's good, but it's like not that much better than what you could possibly have. Oh, I need to rephrase what I'm saying. Ooh, I have a lot of burps that are making their way through my body. The armor that you get here is like pretty good. It's definitely a good bit better than what you get on Nightmare. But honestly, it's not that much of a massive step up in general. It's just more likely you'll get like quad 100 or maybe like quad 150s. So overall, it's a nice stat boost, but the armor you were getting as a end of map reward just on pretty much any of the maps we were doing earlier can be way, way better. Both in terms of the DPS stats and also the tower stats. But still, it is definitely worthwhile to go look at this gear because, you know, what if it's really good? It's fairly unlikely that you already got like a full set of new armor from doing the map. It's fairly unlikely that you got a full set of new armor from doing the end of map. Oh my god, it fell off. It's fairly unlikely that you got a full set of new armor on all of your heroes from doing the end of map reward stuff. God, I need to speak coherently. I can't speak right now. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's pretty unlikely that you got a full set of armor for all of your heroes from doing like, oh yeah, I need to press G. I guess I don't really care about the mana that much. Now it's fairly unlikely, not now. It's fairly unlikely that you got a full set of armor for every single one of your heroes from the end of map rewards on all of the previous maps, so no matter what, it's a good while. So no matter what it is, so no matter what, it's a good idea to just go ahead and look at the armors. I think they're also really good for DPS stats as well, but I'm not entirely sure on that. I am kind of hungry right now. I want to go eat food, but I want to go finish this first. I think what I might do, because just a good idea to do it, is I'll go, after like I get characters to 78, I'm going to go ahead and go to my kitchen and get some food, eat some food, and then I'll come back here for Dinkerwell. Deeper Well campaign, because, well, Deeper Well is just like a very, or not campaign and survival. Deeper Well is just a very, very long endeavor, so kind of just why not, more than anything. And Deeper Well, I guarantee you one thing right now, I am not going to be talking for the pure strategy of Deeper Well. I do not have that in me. It's so long. It's 3 hours. And I mean, it's worth it, right? Because it gets you to endgame immediately. You get the 4K stats, basically, like, you know? But it's still a bit of a process. Honestly, I wonder if the Seed Bomb Towers would be a worthwhile venture. They might speed up the rounds by quite a bit. Hell, the Seed Bomb Towers might be a better DPS pick than my Mortar Turrets. This is the problem with me making videos, man. I always do this shit where I just like, okay, so we have thing that works and is good. Time to try out other things. I can't help myself. I have to try this out, man. I know I shouldn't, but I really like trying things out. I'm an explorer, you know? What can I say? I guess I'll place down, like, 2 of them facing in every direction. I don't have that much DU now that I think about it, but... that works out just fine. And I also have some mana to upgrade things if I want to. It is nice, though, that the enemies move so slow at the beginning of the round, because it means that I can just get away with, like, doing whatever. Hey, I just realized I shouldn't have brought in my Countess as my primary screen, because since she doesn't have any towers, she could actually get some experience. Oh well. It still doesn't take that many attempts to, like, do everything, so it's not that bad at the end of the day. It's just a bit of a fumble on my end. Not exactly the first time I've done a fumble, let's be real, and definitely not the last time either. I don't know, guys. I don't know that this is worth it. What's a gender-neutral term for guys? There's gotta be something that, like, hits as good. But, like, guys just kind of... It's what I'm used to, and to get away from using what you're used to, you gotta get something that's, like, way better, or, like, care a lot about it. And I don't really care a lot about it. Hey! Why was that thing near my crystal? Ow! Ow! Skadoosh. Okay, this is neither faster nor better. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it is, honestly. What was it, like 83 seconds last time? If this is faster than 83 seconds, then we have a new contender. Yeah, screw you too, pal. Man, that fire damage was very powerful. Alright, let's see. How fast was that? $77 seconds. Okay, that was actually faster. Wow. I'm still probably not going to do it because I don't care about it that much. But I should. By the way, you like my #1 hero thing there? I have a, whatchamacallit? I have a what? No, I'll explain that part later. But basically, whenever you're on local, the highest score thingamabobber, I think it's always you or something, or it's whatever is the highest on open or something. I don't really know the full details, to be entirely honest. But I do know that the reason I have the highest score is because whenever I want to go test out, like, the rewards on a map to see if they're worthwhile, I just go ahead and jump on the map with, like, some super kitted out gun that I have from a community map, and I just destroy everything in a split second after it spawns. It's a really good way to test out the rewards on a map, and also, I guess, theoretically, like, how fast you could do the map, but mainly the rewards. I use it actually a lot to test out some of the rewards for the route that we're doing on this video. But also, I've tried it out on a couple of maps doing on insane difficulty because JazzQA's website, where you can see, like, the drop chances of all the stats, it only has difficulties. It only has rewards for like Nightmare and Ruthless. It doesn't have any for Insane. So like earlier, I was testing out the rewards for Lover's Paradise on Insane because I was like, is it still worthwhile doing? And yes, very much it was. It is really nice to have testing tools like that. It's very annoying that I have to do community maps and like make my own stuff and essentially cheat. Well, not essentially, literally cheat in order to test them out on local. It really feels like the kind of thing that I should be able to just, have a built-in tool and use it for that, but it is what it is. It would be really nice, like really, really nice if they just built in a tool that lets you change all your stats and maybe even, I guess, words, maybe even speed up the game, but then again, speeding up the game crashes it really. So maybe that's not worth the time and effort. But definitely it would words. It would definitely be extremely, extremely nice if the devs could built in make their own like item editor for local mode or I don't know, workshop mod. Maybe that would cause too many problems or something. I don't know, but at least like a stat editor or something like that for your character stats because it's really nice to be able to test out builds at various stats. It would also mean that myself and other YouTubers would not have a good excuse for saying like you can do this on lower stats and then not actually trying it on lower stats. Their only excuse left over would be, I guess, like laziness. I mean, that's the current excuse, but it's actually, at the moment, it's a good excuse. Laziness at the moment is a very good excuse because it does just take forever, genuinely. Unequipping your gear and trying to get to exact stat goals is a pain, a very big pain on, even if you're exporting your save from rank to open and then doing all that business, it's just really annoying to get exact stats. Or within like a rough range of stats as well. It's obnoxious. And it would be really nice if that wasn't necessary to go through an obnoxious process, I mean, but I guess, like, what can you do about it? Except pray that the developers do something. Or I guess, like, somebody could just make a community map that does that. I know there are a couple of community maps that let you get, like, armor rewards and all that good jazz, but that's not what I'm looking for. Unless, well, I guess unless the armor rewards are for, like, various stat thresholds and whatnot, I guess you could do that. But even then, it's still like, I feel like that's more hassle than just doing the other thing I mentioned and just making like a, a character stat changer. I think it would also be like not that hard because all you really have to do, thinking about it right now, is whenever you get like levels on your character, you get a certain amount of points, right? Just make it so that you get like 40,000 points. And then holding like control and shift puts 1,000 points into a given stat or something like that. It wouldn't be that hard. I am not changing this hero. I should probably change the order of my heroes to make it, faster to bring them in, but I honestly can't be bothered. I am, at the end of the day, a lazy bitch. Oh, right, I need to. Goodbye. I have a feeling that the XP multiplier, like, not applying sometimes has something to do with, like, range damage not counting properly. But honestly, I don't really know. There's no good logic that I think makes sense at this point. It's just unlucky, and that's all there is to it. I should have gotten more range on my Huntress. I'm realizing that now. It's fine. It is just a little bit less efficient. Alright, 2 upgrades, and I think I call it a day on each one of these spots. Not really worth doing any more than that. Might be worth doing like a couple of get destroyed. It might be worth placing down asshole. Placing down some like mortar turrets here and there. Or not mortar, no. Placing down a mortar turret like where a bunch of enemies are to just make them move forward. Like over here. Placing one all the way over like that. That might be worthwhile. Although, frankly speaking, considering I got hit, maybe it isn't. What's going on over here? See, why don't the enemies take knockback sometimes? That's so weird. I need to stop getting hit on my Countess, though, because she's falling behind on experience quite a bit. F7. I need to stop saying, I say that way too much. It's a little 76. God, my foot is completely dead. I need to stop sitting on my foot. I gotta get a better position of sit so that I stop cutting the blood flow off to my foot every time I get... I was gonna say every time I get bored, but no, just every time I sit down. The armor quality for, like, DPS gear doesn't look to be that much better on this. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but are we gaining or losing an hour of sleep? Time changed in my time zone. I live in America. We do that sometimes for fun, I guess. And I had to Google what time is it to make sure that I had the right time because my phone and computer were disagreeing. And that's one of the like similar searches. Did we gain or lose an hour? And honestly, like actually just real. So real. That is the one thing that everybody wonders is, did we gain or lose an hour of sleep? The clock got pushed forward, I think. So that means we gained. No, we lost an hour of sleep. Which is lame as balls. I really do not like daylight savings times. I think a lot of places in Europe, you guys don't do it. And I think majority of places in Europe, you guys don't do it. I envy... I envy you, Europeans. Not always, in fact, very rarely, because I can make a tweet about whatever I want and not get arrested here. But, sometimes, you know, certain things in Europe, I get it. I get why you guys do things certain ways. I don't know why I'm looking at this character as if there's something to do. Words. How much HP on this ogre? 80 million? Honestly, not that bad. I think in theory, I could probably get past the second wave. It would just take like dumping a forest golem on my crystal. And that's it. Yeah, I probably could. Not worthwhile though. It would take so long. And I guess you could get like better armor rewards. Hell, it might be like significantly better armor rewards, but I really don't think it would be worth it in the long run. Yeah, that's funny. The level requirement, well, words. The amount of experience required to get to level 7. Oh. Can't speak properly. The amount of XP required to get to level 78 is 6-7 million experience. I'm including that in the video. They're gonna be so fucking mad. All of the people, all of the adults. Get ready for it. It's gonna be awful. I don't really understand the 6-7 meme, but I think that's like a good reason as to why it's succeeding. It's because people don't understand it. Which is weird if you think about it. Because it's like, if no one gets it, then why is it, you know, that why big? But I guess it doesn't really need to have a reason. It just needs to be funny. It's like a weird inside joke for like all the kids. And then for adults, myself included, it is an inside joke, but it is very funny to like, I wouldn't say piss off, but to annoy your friends by doing the funny little 6-7 thing. I saw that the guy in space did it. One of the people on Artemis 2 did the stupid ass 6-7 thing in space, which is like, come on, man. Imagine fucking Neil Armstrong, one small step for man, and then he does fucking Gundam style. I feel like that would not have as much impact as as everything else. You ever thought about how funny it is? Like, we got to the moon with really shitty technology. Fun fact, we got to the moon with less technology than you have on your fucking key fob for your car. Which is insane to think about, like genuinely ridiculous. But it's true. You have more technology on your key fob for your car, more like RAM, I think, or something like that. More memory, maybe. More computing power than they did for all of the Apollo missions back in the day. Which is, like, again, kind of insane. They just had like a lot of really good scientists back then or something. I don't really know, honestly. It's, no matter how I try to justify it, it is just very weird. And we didn't go back there because we're like, well, the Soviets gave up, so we should give up. But like, imagine if we didn't, you know? Whoops, not that character. I think it would be very cool to currently be on the moon, to have like a moon base set up. Definitely because of the Dungeon Defenders reference, not because of anything else. Imagine if we could put like a giant space laser on the moon. Imagine if the moon had like a lot of good resources that were like not that hard to get, so therefore it's worthwhile. Instead of just having a lot of good resources and it is that hard to get, so I mean it's still worthwhile I think in the long run, no matter what, no matter how you look at it honestly. But it just kind of sucks that the moon is so completely inhospitable. Although I will say the lower gravity is really nice. One of the nice things, one of the biggest... What the hell are you? How did you get over there? Huh. Very strange. One of the nicest things about the moon is the fact that it has lower gravity. So if you wanted to do like a mission to the moon, you would have a much easier time like launching rockets and whatever off of the moon than anywhere else. Certainly better than on Earth. I think that's one of the reasons that like Mars is so nice, is because of the fact that you would be able to do stuff better. Yep. I am an astronaut. I am afraid of that spider. That spider's gonna kill me. There's not that many spiders here though. That's kind of nice. What the heck? Where did this guy come from? Alright, Orc. You have upset me. You get pushed into the zone. Oh, okay, that was almost very bad. I don't know how to cancel that. I guess I should angle my mortar turrets a bit better, because they're not really hitting the enemies in the way that they should. One more completion on any of these characters, and we are done. Well, we're done with the main characters. Hey, how come this character is getting so much more experience than the EV? What? Why is the EV getting so little? Weird. I mean, it's still only one more completion for her as well, but it's just very, very strange. You know what? I think I misjudged it earlier. The armor rewards from here are actually, like, on par. It's just that they are... How do I describe it? They're like, individual stats may not be that much higher, but at least when it comes to DPS armor, I mean. The individual stats aren't that much higher than they are on Nightmare, but they do tend to have, like, way better reductions on the damage. There's not as many negatives. By the way, fun fact, if you look at the name of an item, you can actually tell, like, how many reductions it's going to have. Unlucky can have, like, anywhere between 0 and 4. Lucky has between, I think, 2 and 1, something like that. And then Enchanted can have, like, 0, or, like, 1 to 0, or something like that. I don't remember the exact numbers, to be entirely honest, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's a cool naming system. I'm a big fan of that. Kind of glad that it doesn't have more modifiers beyond that, because then it would be too complicated, but current system is good. I'm getting a lot of good leather gear. Has anyone else noticed that? Most of the good gear that I've gotten has been leather, which feels a little bit strange, to be honest. Not negative, but definitely strange. I don't even remember, like, what gear we had entirely. I don't remember a lot of the gear that we have equipped on any of our heroes. The fact that we have two characters with two characters with pristine gear is kind of a fumble on my end, because you don't get pristine gear from Deeper Well, but it's fine. I mean, the amount of armor you get on Deeper Well, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Got yapped for a long time there. Oh, this character is level 78. Very cool. I guess we can swap her out for someone else now. Nope. Did not get the mana. How much mana do we... We have like 9 little words. We probably have like 9 billion mana. I don't know why I'm worried about this. Imagine for a second, right? Imagine. What if I had a good genie? You know? I'm just saying. Crazy possibility. It's very unfortunate that my current genie does not give me that much ability 1. Like, it's okay, but it should really give me, like, plus 400. But, it's gonna be even more unfortunate that it gives me negative HP. HP. Oh god, I'm British. Because, I kinda need to live. Admittedly, one of the bad parts about my build is the fact that you kind of have a tough time living. The Dark Elf Warriors, not so nice, not so nice. Very, very annoying, awful enemies. And I don't really have a good way to deal with the fact that they are just incredibly fast and tanky. My best solution so far has been to just dump down a fucking bowling ball turret. But I feel like there's got to be something better. And I know you might be saying, oh, just place down a spike blockade. Loud red buzzer. They do not take knockback from spike blockades, or at least not when they have a lot of HP or something. I don't really know what the details are, but they don't take knockback. I've tried it plenty of times. Maybe they take knockback from like the little pet that does knockback, and in that case, that, I mean, in theory, that might solve the problem. It kind of depends, but pretty much no matter how you look at it, the Dark Elf Warriors are awful. And the only reason the knockback from the bowling ball turret is able to work is because of the fact that it just shoots a fucking trillion projectiles at the enemy. And that, you know, that does the job. Not amazingly, but certainly well enough. Imagine if bouncer blockades... Oh, that sounded awful. Imagine if they were, like, kind of, like, good, right? Just imagine that for a second. What a dream that would be. The only thing is, you can't really use a bouncer blockade properly because, well, I mean, if you try to, you end up in a neat little scenario where you try use bouncer blockade. Wow, amazing English. You try using a bouncer blockade, and oh wait, this is not the character I want to have out. And as a result, you get punished because Jin comes in and then it destroys your bouncer blockade, which is awful, awful, terrible, not so good thing. Damn, if I did the XP bonuses properly, I could have actually just been 78 on my Huntress by now. Not my Series EV though. I don't know what her deal is. I want to try and actually damage an enemy or two on the Series EV because, like, what if she gets the multiplier, you know? Yeah, those mortar turrets have such crazy range, it's ridiculous. Redonkulous. Alright, let's see if I can manage to jump down here and get some mana. I really shouldn't be doing this. I don't think it's like a very considerable speed up of the wave. I just kind of like doing it. It's fun. Excuse me, speed R. That's funny. Oh, you know what? Bouncer blockades might be good for just launching these dudes off the map. Like, if you place one, well, I don't know, honestly. Maybe not. Plus, like, what we're doing right now works perfectly fine as is. You know what I kind of want to do here? But don't fall off. I need to stop doing that. I think if she fell off, she might not have gotten enough experience to level up. So let's see. Did our EV? This guy did. No, our EV. Words. Our EV did not, in fact, get the experience. It's okay though. You are now level 78. Congratulations. Why am I zoomed out so much? Why can't I move my mouse? You think bowling ball turrets would be useful here? Because they would just knock the enemies off the map? Chair noises. Honestly, maybe they would. Knocking enemies off the map is very much a viable strategy, as strange as it sounds. It's definitely something that can work out efficiently. Yeah, this one's already 78. And you. Congratulations to all of you. I might respec this hero to have more trap damage. I'm not sure yet. Okay, let's get some more armor. I don't really know how worthwhile it is to get the armor here, all things considered. All things considered considering. Wow, what a tongue twister. But, like, I mean, it's worth it. But at the same time, if you just pick up the armor that you get from doing deeper well, it's better than any of this stuff will be, and it gets to be better pretty damn fast. But whatever, I don't really mind. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still worthwhile, all things considered. I love playing Counter-Strike because I like making people mad. Because a lot of people care too much about the pixel video game. Generally, it'll be like some Russian guy who just cares way too much about the video game. Or Ukrainian, because there's a lot of those in America. I don't know, not a lot of those, but a lot of those that I've met online in CS. I guess it's kind of makes sense, you know. Counter-Strike, Balkan slash near Russia places, but they get so mad about Counter-Strike. It's kind of funny, but they're not the biggest. They're not my target audience when it comes to making people mad in a video game. It is in fact the French. God, I love the French. They are the worst people ever. Not really. The country is the worst, that's for sure. But they are the funniest people ever when they get mad. Because, like, you know, there's like the whole chart, right? Where speaking different languages sounds different levels of intimidating and intense. You know, saying whatever in English, basic, normal stuff, right? That's the default for a lot of people because English. But then speaking, like, in Russian, swearing in Russian, that sounds very intimidating for a lot of people. And then just, like, yelling loudly in German, regardless of if you're saying an insult or not, very, very intimidating. It's like a dragon roaring. That's the one that I remember, the meme that I remember. And it's kind of funny. I should be placing these auras farther forward, now that I think about it. Whatever. But French, no matter how you look at it, not intimidating. Not even a little bit intimidating. Not even close. There's also accents, which can sound intimidating, but in general don't. I remember there was a movie. What was the movie? I didn't watch the movie, so I just saw like a YouTube short of it. But basically, like, there's like these young kids who are in a pub, and I remember one of them says like, go fuck off or I'll wet ya, which I think means stab you or something. I don't really know. It doesn't sound that intimidating. And then this, like, you know, superhero badass guy, not superhero, but just super badass old guy comes in, and he's a kind of an old dude, not super old, but, you know, in his 50s or 60s. And he clowns on the kids by, like, saying some cool, intimidating stuff. But it's cool and intimidating until you listen to what he's saying, or until you listen to the accent. It's like, okay, this is less intimidating now. The Irish accent, like, I don't know, maybe it can be intimidating. I just have never seen it be intimidating. Maybe I'm judging too harshly, but it is just, to me, it's just funny more than it is anything else. I can't help but find it funny. I'm sure many people have the same thought about, like, American accents and stuff like that, but, you know, you give and you take. That said, the French accent it can only sound funny. I'm sorry if you want to sound intimidating or anything else in the French accent, but, like, you're cooked. All right, you're cooked. You are not able to sound intimidating while using a French accent. You just sound funny. You will just sound funny. That's it. That's the only thing that you have as an option with the French accent, is to sound funny. Do I level up my Warden? No, I don't use her for my build, so I'm not going to level her up at all. I'll just leave her as is. Plus, I think this means that I can do my levels a little bit more efficiently than my other heroes. This character, I don't really think they need the pet, now that I think about it, but screw it, we get the pet. Plus, he has, like, really good scaling on his damage for the pets. I think the highest in the game, tied with the Hermit and the Warden. Maybe, like, one other hero. Our Jester is not going to be level 78. I guess I don't really care about my upgrade attitude. Wow, this is going to be a lot less upgrading or leveling up time than I thought it was. That is rather interesting. Alright, well, let's start the wave. Initially, we are going to just go ahead, run over here, and just fucking beat the shit out of whatever random archer is there. And then run the hell away. Then, I'm going to go ahead and place my Jester in the appropriate spot. Which is over here. Hide the other screens. And I guess I can just, like, sit on top of these towers and boost the hell out of them. Yeah. Not too bad, all things considered. That's why, good cast rate, all things considered. I need to stop saying it. Very good cast rate, honestly. Not too upset by it. Ooh, okay, we can just barely reach down here to affect our stuff. That's good. I should upgrade my auras, though. Or not my auras, my buff moves a little bit. We did lose a little bit of DPS because we swapped off of our builder on the mortar turrets. But it's fine, because the Huntress Animus's Guardians, they make up for it tenfold. Oop, almost got hit there. No, they make up for it really, really well, too. Jesus. I wonder, am I going to get the extra experience on my other characters? Because these guys have so much health that it's more likely than not that my towers will kill them instead of my characters. But then again, I don't really think that should matter all that much, because they're dealing so much damage with their pets that it should definitely qualify them. What's going on over here? Oh, that rock is blocking it? Are you kidding me? Come on, Dwayne. That's the only problem with mortar turrets. They just have like a very weird angling. Oh wow, no. The Jester didn't get the XP bonus. Huh. I guess I can just do like a Wheel of Fortuna on the Jester and that'll be just fine. Honestly better, because the Wheel of Fortuna is pretty good. It's a very good DPS dealer. This is why I don't like looking at the armor on characters that already have armor equipped. Not this is why, but I don't like doing it in general, because I just... Miyamo S. Prime. My brain is small. I can't really be bothered to pay that much attention to it. I just realized we are certainly past the 6-hour mark. Damn. I was hoping that this would take not that long, but it's going to be more in the 9-hour range than anything else. It is what it is. I did get fairly unlucky, though, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I can't say for 100% fact that I got really unlucky, but I've tried this route a good amount of times, and you should be able to get your genies, or you should be able to get a good genie as well, but you should be able to get your guardians a good bit faster than what I got. Although, I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, because, it doesn't really matter that much, since, sure, I got unlucky with my genies, but that gave me more attempts of the map to get, you know, better weapons for stats and whatnot. By the way, our our Jester is going to be overjoyed with the amount of ability 2 gear that I have. I really should stop picking up armor that has, like, really bad damage. Also, a fair amount of good ability 1 gear for our tower booster, which is going to make up for the fact that our genie is so crummy. At least the other characters are actually, like, really fast to level, all things considered. Is this also the Pristine? No, this is Leather. Nice. This character is going to get a very nice increase in her stats. Although I'm actually going to first look at my Huntress and her stats, because that one's... she takes priority over the Aura Monk. That's no doubt in my mind. Huntress is a good bit better in terms of, like, everything that I care about compared to my Aura Monk. She just deals way more DPS with her towers. Like, it's kind of ridiculous how much DPS the Huntress can do with an Inferno Trap. And also an Oil Trap, again, like, multiplying the damage by 1.5 times. It is really crazy. I forgot to take up a chest. Take up a chest? Yes, I forgot to take a chest. Words, not mine. I wonder how Onite Pineberries is doing. I think about this a little too frequently, to be honest. But, like, I loved watching the guy when I was growing up, you know? It is a childhood favorite YouTuber. And also very entertaining. I guess a lot of people could say that about me, but I just don't really see it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not one of those people where, like, I hear back my voice in a recording, I'm like, gross, terrible. I can hear my voice in a recording, and I'm like, yep, that's me. But, like, I don't really think I'm that funny. I mean, I guess it's not really up to me to decide if I'm that funny, but I don't really think I'm that funny. But some of you guys, you guys have very differing opinions on that, apparently. And I know for a fact, a lot of you, regardless of funny or not, you just like listening to my voice. Maybe not so much for my voice, and more so for the fact that I'm talking about Dungeon Defenders. But nonetheless, a lot of you guys do not care about the content of the video, you just care about the video existing. Which, honestly, I kind of get. There really aren't that many people who do YouTube for Dungeon Defenders. A lot of the people, I've noticed this, same with the Don't Starve community, by the way. Maybe I'll make some videos on that front. But a lot of the people who make Dungeon Defenders content just do not talk. Or maybe I haven't watched in a while, but certainly like a lot of the guides for like building stuff, people know speaky speak. And to be honest, I get it. I just totally get it. I don't know. I've tried talking, or no, no, I always talk whenever I'm making the guides, right? But I totally understand when people are like, maybe it's not so much that it's uncomfortable, but it's just not really efficient to talk during a video. As weird as it sounds, I don't know, like, if that makes sense, but you can just show a build and then have text on screen, and then that'll be more like communicative efficiency than, more likely it'll be better communication efficiency than like, you know, trying to go out of your way to explain things, at least for a lot of people. I'm just gonna go ahead and move this character in some spot where she's actually doing something over here. And I guess with the gesture, I'll get some mana, do a few upgrades, and then Wheel of Fortuna. The Wheel of Fortuna is really, really nice. It's so goddamn good. Although I'm more than likely going to get hit by a spider. That's fine, I don't know why. God, I forgot just how fast the gesture upgrades things. There's a reason that she was the #1 upgrade hero for a long time. I'm thinking, ooh. I do this, right? Yeah, debuff enemies. Not exactly what I was going for. In fact, it's pretty awful. But it's fine. It's okay. Oh yeah, I can also DPS the enemies myself. I forgot about that. And it doesn't matter whether or not I got hit, because I already got hit. Be gone, you pestilences. Hey, this is cheating. You're supposed to fall off the map. Nice. Another 2 runs, I think. Or maybe even like 1 run on a lot of these heroes. Yeah, not too bad. I really should put some armor on Zendigas and try using him for the build. Fun fact, by the way, the build that I'm using, it doesn't really matter if you have like 2 level 50 and all that other good stuff Huntresses. You do need the boost, yes, and also Monk Guardians. You do need the boost, yes, but here's the thing. I actually only use, if I remember correctly, I only use 11 towers in total, not including the buff beam, but it doesn't matter because the buff beam can't be boosted anyways. But I only use 11 towers in total. So like, realistically speaking, it doesn't really matter if you don't have the best Monk and or Huntress Guardians, especially Huntress Guardians, because they can't actually boost the Strength Drain or the Weaken Aura. Strength Drain or the Ensnare Aura. God, I always confuse those two. So like, even if you have, like what I have in my situation, where you only have 1 good Huntress Guardian, it doesn't really matter because there's only a total of 9 towers that she can boost. So you can get away with one that's like, you know, one that's maxed out and another one that's like fairly low. You can get away with that just fine. I feel like I have better gloves than what I've been picking up, but I'm so lazy. I need to be more stingy with my armor pickups, but I am being overly cautious. Is that word? Probably not. Yeah, whatever. The absolute highest stats that we're getting are certainly not high. Wow, godly. That would be really good actually at some point. Another godly. Wow, that's incredibly rare. It would. The stats are not actually that much higher than they were on a Nightmare for the individual things. I thought that they would be like up to 200 maybe, but I don't think I've seen a single piece of gear that goes past like 164 maybe. Which is kind of weird if I think about it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and not think about it. How long have I been... words, Jesus. How long have I been recording? An hour? Am I already at an hour? What have I done? Okay, we did Forest Ogre Crush, which was... How long was Forest Ogre Crush? It wasn't that long. It was like maybe 20 minutes tops. And what have I been doing since? I genuinely have no idea. I need to make like a tally of how long I've spent, excluding the time, you know, dicking around, sorting through armor and whatnot. I guess you can include that in the overall time, but I prefer not to, because there are tools you can use to just decide what armor to use, and those would be instant, like Mage's website. But how long have I wasted doing effectively nothing? I'm not saying like 100% efficiency, but like, you know, I feel like I have not done 9 hours, or I guess I'm not 9 hours yet, but I have not done that much stuff considering how long I've played. Certainly a lot more, maybe not in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality than I did back in the day with Quest for Completion. I mean, that's the whole point that's the whole point of why I'm making this, but very strange. By the way, I don't know if I'm sick. My throat still feels a little bit off and not so good, but other than that, no symptoms. Nothing really bad, at least. So I don't really know. Maybe I am sick, maybe I'm not. Who is to say? That is a question. Who is to say? I'm actually going to go ahead and place down a Harpoon turret up here, because I think we have enough range to where this can reach, like, all the way down there. Let's go ahead and swap Lenny. Bring out you. Oh my god, my ears. You. And, of course, Portoria. That is a lame-ass name. Remember I was talking about how the heroes have different names and there's not that many bad ones? Jester is currently 2 for 2 on crummy names. Alright, damage acquired. Let's go ahead and place our monk in spot. Honestly, I should probably be tower boosting on this monk, because that would speed up the waves by quite a massive amount when I think about it, but whatever, I'm lazy. And then go on to Le Jester. El Gestor. Am I boosting these towers now? Oh, now I am, now. Okay, where's the Jester? Let's go pick up some mana, shall we? I think over here is where all the mana should be right now. Beyond pest. Oh, I should probably try... No, I was going to say I should try to get the Jester to 78, but no, it doesn't really matter. He's not really going to be using any crazy armor anyways, so why bother, really? Alright, fun one here. We're going to do sword, sword, and sword. And that's going to kill a whole bunch of enemies, or at the very least deal a ton of damage to most of them. Let's kill you. What's left? Just a couple of spiders. Why are you being so obnoxious? There we go. How fast was that wave? It was probably faster than it was before, right? No, it was 82 seconds. Okay, so what? For 67 million? Yeah, okay, next run we get it on all of our characters. That is nice. I was thinking we wouldn't, but we will. I did cut out a bit of recording now that I think about it, where I wasn't doing much. That's quad negative resistances reductions. God, okay, I'm getting a lot of leather gear that is really good. Why am I getting so much good leather gear? This is so strange. I swear, in the early game, there's got to be some difference, some unspoken difference rule when it comes to these armors, because I feel like leather just tends to drop with way higher quality than other stuff, but it could totally be placebo. I know in late game it doesn't matter for squad, otherwise, I mean, people would know about it, but very strange. Very, very strange. Definitely getting a lot of good ability 1 gear. Although I actually don't think that the peaks for ability 1 are even on par with a lot of the stuff that I already have, now that I think about it. I just thought about this. No, I do care about rate. I was gonna say I don't care about rate, but no, I do care about rate. I need to care about that a good bit. Because I was thinking like the way that the boost works on the Guardians, but no, regardless of how the boost works on the Guardians, they rely on boosting the base stat. I'm thinking of buff beams. For buff beams, fun fact by the way, for buff beams, we don't care for their rate boost, so we don't care about the rate on our Series EV, and we don't care about the range either. Why did my voice sound weird there? We don't care about the range either. The only thing we really care about is What's it call it? The only thing we really care about is the... God, my brain just not here, man. Just totally AFK. What the hell? Damage and like sort of HP, but mainly damage. HP a little bit, mainly damage.
Though their quest is complete.
I've never actually checked how much mana I get from doing this each time. I totally should. It's a pretty fast XP farm though, that's nice. Sadly you can't do it on all 4 characters, but I mean, what can you do? I think one of the rewards, wow, none of that was in good order. One of the best parts about doing this is that you can actually like go straight into Crystal Cave right after you are finished with Deeper Well. Because with the roughly 4k stats that you should have by the end of Deeper Well, that is more than enough stat-wise to jump into Crystal Cave and do it on Ruthless Hardcore. At least I'm pretty confident that it is. And once you're done with that, or once you've gotten Crystal Cave going, it is like, you know, immediately, frame 1, you can get all of your characters up to level 83, equip even more accessories, all that good business. Very nice. Hey, I wonder, should I show off the alternative routes at the end of the video? Or should I make that its own separate video? Basically, I have a couple of things that I want to show people for, like, support, essentially. Where, if for whatever reason you're having difficulty on Deeper Well or all that good business, I need to stop saying that. Basically, if you're having trouble, or you just don't want to farm Deeper Well for, like, everything, and you want to get higher stats from elsewhere and just go straight into Infested or whatever it is, if you want to take an alternate route, is basically what I'm saying, then there's a couple of things that you can do to help yourself along that way. Namely, you can do Lab Assault, because it's pretty easy, all things considered. And on top of being pretty easy, it is a really good way to get accessories, mana, and also very much so armor. Also pets, sort of, but not really. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that. I'll do that, but I'll do it as like a secondary thing, not as a primary thing. I don't want to include that in the main video, to be honest, but I will for sure. I will go through the effort of including that as a like support video. I think that's what I'll call it. I'll include that as a support video for, I guess it's an Quest for Completion, but for this video. It is kind of annoying that you need to get the Moonstaff to be able to do so, to be able to do that map efficiently, but it's whatever. Alright, last go around here. Oh, I had a lot of spit in my mouth when I said that. Very, very gross. Oh. Bring in the Hermit, the Monk, and the Jester. Honestly, one of the things I'm looking forward to the most from having finished the XP grinding here. Oh, this character's already level 78. Huh. And my Jester isn't going to be level 78 because he got hit. God damn it. Whatever. I don't know. I guess I'll just continue going anyways. Did I get hit there? I don't think I did. No, I did. No, I did. What the hell hit? It's okay. He's already level 78. We don't care. But what hit me though? That's so weird. That is so strange. Alright, let's go jump down and commit crimes against everything here. Whapam. Yeah, it is interesting how we deal a pretty damn good amount of damage, all things considered. Just like on our Jester. You know what I should do actually, now that I think about it? It'd probably be a good idea, now that pretty much all the enemies are spawned in, to just do triple sword right off the bat. There we go. I think the Jester Wheel of Fortuna should have more effects on it. More cool effects. I guess you can't really, like, the current ones are all what you need, but just some variety would be cool, I think. Just having new neat effects would be nice. I almost got hit again. This is why I'm not level 78 on the Jester right now. I keep getting hit because I'm lazy and stupid. Nice. And that is level 78 on every single one of the characters that I care about. HP. Oh, chair. Oh, chair. That's funny. This thing has plus 400 HP. That's good. Only plus 4 targets, though. So, let me go ahead and level these guys a little bit more. Not level, but put the points. Yes. Are you level 78? You are. Even if she wasn't, she would be like so close that it wouldn't really matter in the end. In the end, it doesn't even matter. If I remember correctly, you can actually get copyright striked for just humming a tune. Which fucking sounds dystopian to me, but it is in fact the case. Zendigas, you get to exist one more time. I think Zendigas is actually the same name that I have on my summoner on my main account. If I had all the time in the world, I would do a series on Dungeon Defenders where I do literally every single map on like every single difficulty. I guess starting on Ruthless because, you know, that's what people care the most about. Doing all of those on the lowest stats possible. Not like any percent possible, because that would just be awful. Because just imagine how miserable it would be trying to do a map with just barely scraping by. But like the lowest stats that are required to comfortably do a map, you know? That is something that I would have a good amount of interest in trying to figure out. I know there's somebody, the Dungeon Defender, that's what their name is, I'm pretty sure, but they are actually going through like every single one of the maps on Pure Strategy, which is generally considered the best way to farm armor. And they're going through all the maps, Pure Strategy, trying to figure out what is like the best map to farm, I think, or something. They're just doing builds for every one of the maps, which is really, really cool. I admire that a lot. I would do it, but I'm lazy. And also, if I was going to do that kind of a thing, I would definitely go through the effort of whatchamacallit. I need to stop leaving immediately. I would go through the effort of trying to do it on those like lower stats, like how I mentioned earlier. Okay, let's go ahead and put away all of the tower gear because I need to do this. Wow, that is awful. I don't know why I picked up some of this gear. DPS, tower. I guess any quad armor is going to be tower stats, so I can sort through it that way. Everything left over is going to be DPS. 16 range? No. I'm not considering that plate. 55 rate? That's also pretty bad. Okay, there we go. Oh, I'm telling you, there's a lot of this gear that I really should just not have picked up. Stuff with like below 100 damage is just, it's bad. It's just bad. There's no other way to say it. Something like this is okay because I don't care that much about words. I don't care that much about HP anyways. My big cares are range, damage, and rate, which sounds weird, but it is in fact the case. Those are the only stats that really matter for what I'm doing here. Nice, there we go. I know we got a crazy helmet at some point. Yeah, this one's great. Jesus. And gloves. Did we get anything crazy for the gloves? We got something okay. Chest pieces, I think we got something really good for. Yeah, this thing. We actually got a lot of really good chest pieces now that I think about it. A very good amount. Have I seen a single stat reach above like 165? I don't think I have. Maybe. Alright, let me lock, or I guess not lock everything. Let me go ahead and compare the gear on our heroes. So, I don't know how many pieces of pristine we got. Everything except for the gloves. Let's drop the gloves. That sucks though, because our gloves are really crummy. Alright, let's see. Whoops, not there. Here. Our helmet is better than everything else here by a massive margin. Our chest piece is as well. And our boots are also better. Okay, no upgrades for you. Very sad. Series EV. Please tell me you're not using pristine armor. You are using pristine armor. Oh, God. Alright, let's see if there's anything better in here.
Consider changing your specialization.
Damage and rate. We don't care about damage. Or we don't care about rate, but we do care about damage. And the HP and the other stats are similar enough that I actually don't mind. Lower damage on that one. Don't care. Lower damage. Don't care. Lower damage again. Do not care. Okay. Not the worst.
Have you considered
Here is where stuff matters a lot. Let's see what we have in terms of tower stats. Pretty much everything, actually. Okay. Let's go ahead and drop these gloves. Compare everything else.
welcome back.
Oh, wait, hold on. I should be comparing... Whoops. Comparing with the other hero first. Oh, she has chain. Oh. I don't know why I thought she had leather. Drop that. And let's see. I actually kind of want to swap out all of her armor if I can. Okay, this is kind of a lie with my armor compared to this armor because I do have more damage, I do have more rate, but I don't have more range. My armor actually gives me less range. The only reason that it looks like it doesn't is because I upgraded it. I upgraded it. Yes, words. Same much damage, way more rate. Around the same range. I'll equip this one. Same thing, except a lot more damage, a lot more range, and a little less rate. I'm fine with that. And this last one, more damage. Otherwise, not that good. Let's compare these gloves to what I have on the ground here. So what? Pretty much the same, actually. It's just swapping out swapping out damage and a bit of range. I guess I'll equip the ones on the ground, the ones that we had before. So not too much of an increase, all things considered. And last is the chain. Which of these chain pieces is garbage? Okay, kind of none of them. I'll drop the gloves temporarily, I guess. I could have just checked here to see what we're missing. Okay, this helmet is way better. The chest piece. It's better. Yeah, it's just better. And yeah, the gloves we already have.
Time to slay a dragon.
Okay,
I can take down any
not too bad, not too bad.
Look at that head over there.
Oh yeah, this guy. Let me go ahead and equip the other things on him.
You can lock him
Namely, we're going to go ahead on this person and swap out a couple of things. First of all, Genie, go in item box. You don't need Genie anymore. We're going to swap out the primary weapon here for whatever has the most ability 1. In here. Is this the Genie that we wanted? I don't remember. Okay, let's look at the things. We need something that gives HP and ability 1. Okay, HP and ability 1. Lazumba. Oh yeah, accessories. Not 2. We're also going to respec the hero and put all of his points into damage boost because we don't care about anything else. I guess not yet, actually. Now that I think about it, hold on.
I captured some pets. Why don't you have a look?
Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I should swap out my armor and check that too. God, I'm so lazy though. I'll do it on the tower booster. You know what? I'll do it on him. And the jester. I'll do it on both because they both could use some good gear. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let's see. What is the current rundown for my gear? About 100 on that one. 100, 150, 150, 150. So what? 455, 50 roughly for my armor.
Let's talk.
Swap out folder. We have the Madness Boulder Thrower in here. Oh, and the other helmet as well. This thing gives me really good stats, right? Yes. Right? Yeah, it does. Okay. Oh, this also gives me a lot of ability 1. Not that much HP, but it might be worth... Oh. Okay, if we can use this, if we can use Pristine, that'll be really nice. That'll be really, really nice.
And boom goes the
Okay, let's see. I'm getting distracted. First of all, I need to upgrade this so it deals enough damage and all that business. Alright, I need to be a little bit more patient with my upgrading. There we go. Oh, that's way too much damage. Yeah, that's way too much damage. That's fine though. Not the end of the world. So can we use this armor set? Roughly the same, although the HP is way lower. We don't have a chest piece equipped, but maybe we were already going to get a chest piece. No, we can't. Okay. That's unfortunate. Oh, well. Alright, let's look at the comparison on the plate gear. We don't have a chest piece equipped. I need to keep remembering that. I honestly doubt we're going to get anything better than what we currently have equipped, because what we currently have is really, really good. Very interesting. Is there anything that I have that isn't good? Was it just the chest piece? I think it was just the chest piece. Like, this is a good bit better than the chest piece that we had equipped. Although, funnily enough, I think it's the tower DPS piece, yeah. Okay, not too bad. Go ahead and equip that genie from earlier. This guy right here. I guess I should dump as many points as I can into the collection bonus on this one. Wow, less than I thought it would be. 1.7k is not that bad. It's actually way more, well, a little bit more than what I had before. We don't really care about this character. Although I will give her just like a random asset of armor in a second. Por favor, this character. I guess we'll drop the chest piece because I'm pretty sure the one that we have in swap out. Isn't this one? Yeah, this one's. Oh, no, that's ability 1 exclusively. Ugh, that's gross. What do we use on this character, by the way, for a secondary? We care about ability 2 and HP. I guess this. Oh. Okay, I need to stop fumbling around so much. We're currently using the same set of gear as this, so let's see if there's anything better in the chests. Chest pieces we can't compare. Okay, well, let's compare the chest pieces, because everything else seems to be fine. 6, 7? He said 6, 7. 150 and 150. Kind of tough to beat that. As long as the damage reductions cap out, we're good. Let us see if they do. Oh, yeah, they do. They totally do. Nice. Just barely. And 800 range. Jesus Christ. Alright, drop that. And equip whatever gives us the most of those other stats. Oh yeah, also a Monk Guardian, I think, on this character is the best move. We can get lower HP on the Jester compared to the other characters, that's fine. Okay, we want ability 2 and HP, but mainly ability 2. Actually, in that respect, a lot of the stuff that I have is kind of crummy, now that I'm looking at it. Huh, I really don't have... I definitely got one at some point that was good for those stats. I probably just deleted it, as funny as it is. Bit awkward. A tad awkward, for sure. That's funny, this character probably has more... You have negative range on this? Interesting. This character probably has more ability 1 than our main monk will. Oh, but you give negative. You give positive, but I'm not going to use you. You give really positive, but a lot of negative HP. How does it look like on you? Do you have one that gives ability 1 and HP? No. Sag. Oh, that's only 31 boost as well. I could never use it. I mean, Oh, this is gonna be for our Jester. What am I saying? And we already have 2 Huntress Guardians, so I'd be using another Monk Guardian. Hey, quick question. Where's my other Monk Guardian?
I make the best sandwiches in all of Etheria.
Where did I put that? Did I sell it? Oh. Okay, I got... You know, heart was beating a bit fast there. I gotta admit. Alright,
Can I help you find it?
Jester, you get this thing. Yes. And I guess for weapons, congratulations, you get... That's HP, but not a lot of it. This is more HP, I think. A bit more. But that's negative ability too. That's also negative ability too. Negative ability, or positive ability too. Negative. I guess something with just HP now. Weird hodgepodge that I'm going with here. Okay, yeah, that's a high. That's a high amount of. I guess I don't really care that much, to be honest. Hell, I'd probably take something that has less HP and more ability too at this point. We'll see, though. I feel lobotomized right now. It's okay. Okay. I need to upgrade the armor on this guy as well. Wow, that was incredibly easy. Alright, not upset about it by any means. There we go. Alright, I could put like 3 upgrades into this as well. That's awful how much the mana scales on these accessories. It is really, really bad. Okay, temporarily we are going to respec this man to be not so garbage. Congratulations, you get your old stuff back. Where's a good genie? Close enough. Ugh. Kind of ugly, to be honest. It's okay. We are all ugly in our own ways. Now then, let's go ahead and do Deeper Well on Ruthless Hardcore. We gotta do the campaign once because we need to unlock the pure strategy. So the build is actually going to be really simple, at least on the, well, for the first wave. And honestly, the whole thing is simple. I mean, it's just a single crystal. But what we're going to do is we're going to run over to this crystal and place down a slow, strength drain, and an electric, roughly here. That's fine. And then we're going to swap over to our monk, who has a, what's it called? A genie pet equipped. Frankly speaking, the Jester would probably be a bit better, all things considered, but, I don't really mind. We can constantly keep up our hero boost. Oh. Einstein. I could have gotten away with it too. That's the best part.
Do you think you can collect one of each pet type? All of your weapons are super effective.
Now we got to do the Deeper Well campaign on Ruthless Hardcore. The build is going to be really simple because I mean it's Deeper Well, but the first wave is kind of the hardest wave, and everything else after that is just whatever. You do get an end of map reward for doing this, but like it's just generic armor and some weapons. No accessories, no pets, at least as far as I'm aware, so none of that stuff. First wave though, we're going to go ahead and jump on our monk. You could do this on your jester, but I'm doing it on my monk because I just like running around the monk. That's pretty much the only reason. He's still spec'd for damage, so we can just go ahead and hero boost, and the moment that we can hero boost, we're good. We can just keep the hero boost going for like as long as we need to. We're just going to wait until the ogre spawns, and then go wherever it goes. There it is. And we're going to DPS down the ogre. Doing our best to dodge things because I still don't have that much HP. But once you get rid of the other, like, you know, basic chump mobs, you don't really have much to worry about. There we go. You can just keep the aggro of the ogre, and you'll be a-okay. I would recommend that when the ogre dies, you stop hero boosting, or at least, like, save one of the spiders, so that you can put some mana down later on for your other builders. Like so. And there we go. This is just about the end of the first wave. Not too bad. Now, what is left in the building? Very basic things. Here's what we're going to do now. We're going to swap over to our Series EV, and we're going to place down a, as far left as we can here, honestly, a 40U-ish physical beam right there. Oh, we're going to waste a lot of mana here, and then another 40U-ish physical beam right there. And then we're going to dump down, mana, no, a 40U tower buff beam right here. In case your tower buff beam doesn't reach far enough, don't worry about it. Just place one inside your auras, and now it should. Or you can upgrade both and then sell one, do all that good business. And then we're going to go ahead and swap over to our Huntress. This is absolutely necessary. We need to place down over here a gas trap and a darkness trap. The darkness trap to make the Djinns lose their element, and the gas trap to both stop the Djinns and mainly the Sharkans, because otherwise the Sharkans will move your walls, and if they move your walls, it's over. It is completely over. Now, this is going to be a bit of a weird one, but I'm kind of testing something out here. I'm going to go ahead and swap to my, whatchamacallit, my big guy here, because I feel like this is a better class. So, we're going to place down just a bunch of seed bomb towers facing forward, basically. As many as we can, and then I don't know, like, yeah, a web wall. That's it. Now I'm going to go back onto this guy, and just upgrade the tower buff beam to maximum, and DPS things down as we need to. Nothing crazy complicated, just very basic stuff, all things considered. I should be tower boosting, or no, I will be tower boosting. I'll tower boost later on, but for the moment, we are just going to sit here and upgrade everything. Are they really that focused on this wall? I thought they would be more focused on my stack of towers. I probably should place down a reflector. Ooh. Okay, I'm going to sell this web wall and place down a reflector over here. Because, one, spiders, two, as we have just witnessed, ogres. Okay, I'm actually going to sell these guys because I'm beginning to realize they don't aggro things correctly. Mortar turrets it is, I suppose. Oh god. I needed to sneeze there, that was awful. Okay, I gotta wait a little bit though. Swap this character. It was a good idea, but unfortunately these things just don't shoot fast enough to be worthwhile, so we're selling all of them, along with the Forest Ogre, because I'm lazy. And we're going to have a mortar turret, one facing like basically only to the left, and then one facing basically only to the right. And I guess that's it for what we can afford. We should probably have one facing down the middle, but that's fine. We're just going to go ahead and instead place down a couple of reflectors, one right over here, like so, and then one right over here, like so. And also, screw it, you know what, why not? One more in the middle. Now, I'd be surprised if anything from the ogres can get through that. And honestly, just for fun, let's place down another web wall over here. It'll increase the DPS of our turrets by quite a bit. There we go. Honestly, for the sake of efficiency, I'm just going to dump in Lenny, my summoner, and just put him on top of, like, here. I should probably bring in more characters, but I'm lazy. I can't be bothered. Now I'm just going to be focused on upgrading my physical barrier and my web walls. And whenever the ogre spawns, I'll start like tower boosting or whatever. Honestly, a Jester would be really nice. I'll probably bring in my Jester next wave, now that I think about it. Not necessary by any means, but you can't really beat the Wheel of Fortuna just one-shotting the ogres. Is my range really that crummy? Oh my lord, that was awful. I nearly died. I didn't realize my range was that crap. I thought I would be able to reach all the mobs everywhere with this setup, but no. It turns out I need more range. Oh yeah, here DPS isn't too bad either, honestly. Oh, he's actually hitting the wall. That's surprising. Normally they do not do that. Because normally they're getting DPS to hell. So they just like, they don't get the option to. That's good enough. Let me save the rest of this for upgrading my stuff. How come how come I'm able to focus prioritizing on the upgrades? Wow, words. My physical barriers and not my other stuff. Isn't that weird? I think that's weird. An upgrade adept would actually not do so bad here. Wow, my turrets have awful DPS. Okay, I'm just gonna speed this up. This is taking too long. You took down my... How? Oh, that's weird. These guys aren't supposed to be able to take down the gas traps because they should normally be activating the gas traps and then getting gas trapped. But that didn't happen there. That's incredibly, incredibly weird. Huh. Strange. Very, very strange. Let's go back to this guy. And I'm going to swap out this character for my Jester. I will also keep that character in here, to be honest, but Jester takes a bit of priority. You know what, screw it. Let's just bring in all of our characters. Why not, right? It'll mean a few more enemies and a bit more HP on those enemies, but honestly, I don't really mind it that much. I don't think it should be that much of an issue. How much damage? Crummy. A lot of my stats are really crummy. And the Jester is really nice because I think you can just like one-shot all the ogres pretty much the entire time. It's like I can just sit here and wait till an ogre spawns. And then go to town. And I can do this. I can do sword, sword, crystal. Oh, it did not kill the ogre. Rough. That's fine. We can focus the ogres ourselves. I was really thinking it would though. That's strange. I guess keeping a DPS weapon on our whatchamacallit would not have been a bad idea on our Jester. We do still have really good DPS, that's nice. Stop that. Okay, now this should work as intended. Yeah, there we go. So I guess when the ogres are around, triple sword is the move, rather than whatever the hell I did. I guess that makes sense. Where's the mana? I thought there would be enough mana here for me to upgrade stuff to max. Okay, there it is. I'm just blind. There we go. Not all that necessary, but nice. By the way, there is actually like zero reason to do this final wave with 4 heroes. The only reason that I'm doing it is to flex. Also, I guess you get more armor rewards, so that might be worth it in theory, but I'm not really worried about that. Okay, now this time we're gonna do triple sword because I think this is going to massively damage the ogres, right? Oh yeah, big time. That was very much worth it. Especially when we have 4 ogres, like Jesus. In 15 seconds, we can do it again, but honestly, we might be done with the map in 15 seconds. There's not really that much to worry about. Cool thing is, similar to Forest Ogre Crash, you just gotta do this once and that's it. You don't gotta worry about, you know, doing multiple attempts or anything like that. Alright, let's go for it. Whoops. Sword. Sword, sword. Oh. Ogres are still alive. I thought they'd be dead from that. I guess it's... I mean, to be fair, we don't have, like, really, really high tower stats, so it's not all that surprising. We did deal quite a bit of damage to all of the, these guys over here, though. That's nice. Nice. Campaign finished. Oh, we do get pets. I think they're crummy pets in general, yeah. There's like the Haku and all them. Weapons, which maybe are worth looking at, but probably not at this point. Armor, which definitely... Wow, hello. Very much worth looking at, as always, but again, still more likely than not for it to be useless. And pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now, we gotta respec all of our heroes and do a little bit of upgrading gear and whatnot to prepare. Oh yeah, pets.
I've captured some
Weapons.
pets.
Interesting.
Where do you have a look?
So first thing I'm going to do is swap out the pet and pretty much everything on this character, and also respec him because he is going to be our backup ability 1 booster. When our primary tower boost goes down, we will have his tower boost. Dump this in there. We're going to go ahead and swap out his pet for that purpose. So we're going to give him maybe this one, but definitely this Nosferatu, or no, not that one. This Nosferatu, because it has HP and ability 1. He cares the most about ability 1, but also he wants to stay alive, so HP is pretty important, a lot more than I'd like to admit. I don't really know what pet to give him yet, but our Jester actually, if you saw there, he already has a Guardian equipped. In fact, he already has his whole gear set, full into ability 2 and also HP, and not really doing much damage on him.
The prices are not negotiable.
Timu, our monk, this guy right here, already fully set up, upgraded armor, all that business, full into ability 1, genie, all that good stuff.
Can we help you find it?
I mean, Lenny needs to swap out some stuff, I think.
Tavern selling your goods.
Chair. I could swap out this pet, but how many things are we boosting, right? We can't boost an ensnare or a slow aura, which means that there's only 9 towers, and this is 4 and 6, so yeah, this is 10 towers. This is more than enough. God, these share noises are awful. I apologize for that. I might honestly keep her as is. Wow, this guy has really crummy stats. He never got an upgrade with the staff, did he? Huh. That is okay, I guess. We can manage. I'm surprised. I never got a staff for him. I mean, this is, you know, good enough, but I really thought I had gotten one. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't want this on him. I'd rather have that on my Aura Monk.
Greetings.
Tower, sure.
Welcome back. Have a look around.
Alright, so we're basically going to respec all of our heroes, or most of our heroes, into damage, and also we're going to put like anywhere between 50 to around 100 upgrades from all of your stuff into your damage for all these heroes. And if your damage caps out, go into your rate afterwards. Basically, we don't really care that much about HP on our Huntress or our Aura Monk. In fact, we don't really care about HP at all on them, because of the fact that we're going to be tower boosting the entire time for this build, which means that even if our things don't have that much health, they're constantly getting healed, so it doesn't really matter. This is actually really low stats. This is really low stats, wow. I guess that one doesn't matter as much. That's also why I swapped out the weapon on our, Aura Monk, because this one just gives us much damage, a good amount of range, and also attack rate. There we go. Our fissionable is actually completely maxed out. That's funny. Even for this character, I think there's a good argument to be made for range, but we have enough range that I'm not really bothered. I'm going to put 50 points into the damage because that is going to matter a good bit more, I think. Except for the boots, I guess, and the gloves because I can't upgrade them anymore. I guess I don't need to actually explain this. Why not? We have a lot of mana left over, so. Oh, what? Really nice damage on the Eevee. Honestly, it might make up for the lackluster damage on a lot of the other heroes. Really, really nice damage on her. Jesus Christ. She even has really good rate. That's funny. This one I'm not sure on. I kind of want to respect this hero to be into damage rather than range. But I am also a little bit cowardly in that. Because I know range is also very, very important. Nice. Triple stack. Or triple cap. For the sake of it, why not? I'm not very happy with these stats on her. Suppose I'll have to deal with it. Oh. Ooh. I'm really not happy with his stats. I guess there isn't really anything better that I can do, though. Unless there's something in the swap out folder, like a really good fissionable or something. Nope. 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 Okay. Depression. Maybe, actually. It would require like 170 upgrades, which is a lot of mana, but that's great. Ah, that was not worth it. That was not worth it at all. That was too much mana. Oh, that was not worth it at all. Stupido, stupido. God, I really expected her to have way better stats than this, but she just doesn't. Very depressing. Alright, you, I think you're already set up, yeah. I guess I can put some more points into ability 2 here. Negative range on this, that's nice. Negative cast rate, that's funny. That is very funny. Makes sense too. I should, right, I need to give her a set of armor.
I have the best deals in all of Etheria.
Nothing crazy. Just something that has ability 1. I'm sure in the DPS folder just like some crazy set. Let's see. Let's look at the chain sets. Ability 1, ability, well, not really good, but better. Ability 1, ability 2, and ability 1. And then in here, I'm imagining I have a chest piece that's good. Good enough. How's the stabs look? I'm sure one of these had good ability 1.
Let me start off it.
You don't really need to have something crazy high for AB1 on her, so it doesn't really matter, but I would like something that is crazy high. Or at least good. Damn. Really negative, Jesus. The same thing on this. No, this is okay. Decent damaging as well. Really? Oh, we're on Ruthless. Okay, yeah, I was about to say. Jesus. Jesus Christus. Okay. Not super happy with all of this. Let's go ahead and do a bit of testing, shall we? So you're going to have 2 Huntress Guardians. You're going to have a Monk Guardian, and you are going to have a Monk Guardian.
Have I your friends with it?
This one?
Or 2, or 3.
Ideally not this one. Negative ability 1 is kind of... This is also negative ability 1. And negative HP. God, that's awful. It's fine, though. We still have 800 HP despite that. It just really sucks that it's the way that it is. Screw it. Alright. Not the worst thing in the world. My knuckles, Jesus. Oh. And Lenny probably needs his armor upgraded because I always forget to upgrade his armor. Yep.
Welcome back.
It's funny how despite having the most HP, he kind of doesn't have the most HP. Nice. Just barely got that maxed out. These boots don't max out. These boots do not max out at all. But apparently I don't have any better boots. Oh well, let's see. Yeah, no, okay. These boots are getting dropped. How much did they give me before? 150 HP? I'm sure we can get something better than that.
Let me go to the mother approved.
Where are my DPS boots? Where are the boots? Where are my boots? Oh god, I'm looking in the tower section for boots that have HP. God have mercy on my soul. Okay. Truly, on this day, we are beggars. That's funny. Alright. I'm being really sloppy with these upgrades. Whatever. Not terrible. Not as good as I wanted it to be, but... Oh, well. Alright, let's test out the size of these things. Hmm. 12.6. Still 12.6. That's weird. Okay, I guess the range information is not going to be there. So let me see. This reaches out to, like, here. Versus if I do this... I have no idea where it was before. I'm going to just go on my monk and test it this way. Okay, so it currently reaches all the way out here. If I respec my hero... It's a little bit longer, but not that much. I think it's better to put my points into damage. because what I'm going to be doing is placing down an Inferno Trap like that. And let's swap over to you. Dump down a Buff Beam. Oh, my ears. God, the ear-piercing noise of a Buff Beam needs to be nerfed. Whoops.
Have you considered creating a new name for it?
Okay, so let's see what the DPS of this thing would be.
Arculus warriors know not to attack me.
5.5 is around... Oh my god, my shoulder popped. Is around what I expect. That is around what I have grown to expect. Okay. It's 5.5 and then it gets multiplied by 1.5 again because stuff. Not too terrible. How about you? Is it worth being stingy with you? I don't think it is. No, your aura's already pretty small. Now then, before we get into the pure strategy of the... Now, before we get into the final part of the video of Deeper Wells Pure Strategy, I have to show you guys the stats on all the heroes. I have put 50 points into primarily the damage on all of my things. In fact, you'll notice the staff that I have equipped for my Aura Monk doesn't even have any HP on it, any tower HP. This is because, at least for your Aura Monk and also for your Trap Huntress, it doesn't really matter all of that much. All of that much? All that much. Oh, I have to repeat that. Very gross mouth noise, I apologize. Now, before we get into the final part of the video, Deeper Well Pure Strategy, all that business, here are my current stats, and you might notice something. I have pretty low tower HP. I don't have any tower HP on this thing, and I've put most of my points, when I upgraded my armor, into damage. And there's a reason for this. So here's the thing. On both our Trap character and also our Aura Monk, we have a situation where we don't really care at all about their HP. We only really care about their range, rate, and damage because they just deal a ton of damage, particularly the Trap Huntress. I noticed that her trap radius didn't change all that much between having, 15 or 1600 in here and having 1900, but her damage did, so that I respect her into pure damage. But she doesn't care about HP, and neither does our Trap Huntress or our Aura Monk. That's because we're constantly going to be using this guy, or alternatively this guy, to tower boost the entire time. And because we constantly have a tower boost going, the HP on the auras and all that doesn't really matter that much. Here's going to be our, our Countess. Again, put all of her points into damage. I didn't do more than 50 points in any given armor piece because mana cost is a bit high, but ideally you want to have around like 2.5k in your base damage if you're going to be doing this. Her range is a bit low, which I think because her weapon doesn't have range, but it is what it is. Ideally you would have higher stats so you can just continue farming. You can go continue farming your Halloween Spectacular for that. But the stats are, in general, actually a bit lower than I would like, especially on our Hermit. He just does not have good stats, but it's fine. We will manage, probably. Oh, also, I respect this guy to be full into a tower boost. And here is our Jester, and here is our Lenny Summoner. Let's get into it, shall we? I need to go get some food. This is going to be a roughly 3-hour long endeavor, which is going to be awful, but it is what it is. You actually get a good amount of chests, a good amount of mana from these chests at the very beginning, which is pretty nice. Now, when you're doing this farm, you actually want to start on wave, I think it's, you want to start on wave 21, or 22, if I remember correctly. But we're going to start on this wave because easier. Dump a buff beam down. The first wave, there's not really much to talk about, so I'm just going to swap over to, not this character, I'm going to swap over to my, this guy and give him a genie just for a second so that we can get some mana. The enemies here, don't worry about them if you don't have a good weapon. I mean, you should, but don't worry about the enemies at the first wave because, yeah, they don't have that much HP. We're just here to gather a good bit of mana so that we can be ready for our other characters. And so we are bored. That's so... That mana is so bad. Alright, now then. Now that we have a bit of mana, let's go ahead and do the build for realsies. Now, given that we're on pure strategy, there's something I have to mention. The DU cost on pure strategy increases with every copied tower. So for example, this one, 4 DU as normal. But if I place another one that's supposed to be 4 DU, it's actually 7 DU. Pure strategy just works like that. It's funky. Depends on the map, depends on the crystal. But for the moment, that means that we don't want too many of the same tower. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go onto our Huntress, and we're going to place down a oil trap, gas trap, and an inferno trap. Then we're going to go onto our EV, and we're going to place down a buff beam. Somewhere like this will be doing just fine. And then we're going to place down another buff beam up here, like so. Now, after we have that stuff placed down, we want to go onto our Aura Monk and place our auras kind of like as far away as you can get it, but also as close to this area. So personally, I just always like dumping it right behind this thing because it's an easy spot, and I always remember. We're going to place down Electric Snare and a Slow Aura, very easy, our Strength Drain. And then after that, we're going to go onto our Jester and do something very, very strange, which is we need to get negative range, or at least 0 range. So we're going to unequip every piece of gear that we have that gives us positive range, so that we can be at 0/negative. And there we go, we're at 0/negative. And what we're going to do now is we're going to move all of these traps right here on top of this tile. And as long as the traps are within the range of the buff beam, you'll be a-okay. Oops, I just realized something. I actually placed down my... Whoops, not character. I placed down my buff beam wrong here, because the boost isn't lasting whenever I transfer the position. So all you need to do to fix that is just... There we go. And then go back onto our Jester and move our last trap, or no, second to last trap over there. No, that is the last trap, okay. Now, if you aren't reaching, which we are just barely doing so, what you can do is just upgrade both buff beams just a little bit. And then you can sell your original buff beam, and voila, they are all being boosted. This thing is boosting 6 towers, 3 auras, 3 traps. Very, very nice. Now what we're going to do is we're going to swap over to our... what was the next character? Oh, tower stacking, right. This is going to be a weird, funky, gross one, so I apologize, but we're going to tower stack on a couple of characters. Well, I say a couple, but it's only 2 characters. We're going to tower stack on our Bouncer Blockade character. Go ahead and pick up some mana. Alright, I dumped a bunch of mana down there. I forgot about that. So here's going to be the very basic setup that we use for the map. All the way back here, we're going to place down the 3 towers for that character, and then 2 towers for this one. So, we're going to dump down on this one a Shroom Pit. I canceled my fucking... I always forget my tower stacking script. Dump down a Shroom Pit, a C-Bomb Tower facing straight forward, and then a Forest Golem. And then on this character, we're going to dump down a Mortar Turret facing straight forward, basically towards the crystal, and then a Bowling Ball Turret. Words. And then after that, you can go ahead and leave on her, because she doesn't matter anymore. Now, with the leftover DU, we're going to place a very, very strange reflector directly on top of all of our towers. Now, you might be wondering, what the hell are you doing? So there's a reason for this. As strange as it sounds, this is really effective later on for keeping your towers alive. Most of the spiders, in fact, I'm pretty sure all of the spiders will always just die before they be able to... All of the spiders will die before they're able to actually, like, damage your tower stack and web them. And also, they don't aggro very well either. But besides the point, later on in the waves, like, I don't know, wave 15 or something, you're going to have Jhin... Later on in pure strategy waves, you have Jhin blitzes, which is where, like, a ton of Jhins spawn. And while the majority of them get stopped by the gas trap and all this good business here, not all of them. So to prepare for that, we have a reflection right here. What they'll do is they'll go over your stack of towers, and then they'll shoot down directly from above onto your stack of towers. And the reflection wall, it won't stop every single Jhin shot. It won't stop every single Jhin shot, it'll just stop the majority of them. I'll show you guys what I mean later, but for now, this is pretty much the entire build. And for these early waves, what you can do is you can jump on... First of all, let me give you the proper pet. Is it a proper pet? It was a proper pet. Re-equip my armor on my characters. Doom, 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 doom. Alright, for these first little waves, you can go ahead and jump onto your Tower Boost Monk, and then also bring in your Upgrader Apprentice. Not necessary to bring her in, but I'm going to bring her in because it makes upgrading a lot easier. So all we're going to do is just press Control G, drop some mana to our Upgrader Apprentice, and then have her start using her Upgrade Aura. And then that's it. We're just going to drop mana periodically, and then she's going to upgrade all of our towers to max. I did not get food. I could have gotten food. I'm honestly not sure if I can do this comfortably and or easily on these stats. It's gonna be kind of a bust if I can't. I mean, I guess I could just say, like, get more stats, but... I guess alternatively, I can just look through the stats or the gear on the ground. That would be a better idea, honestly. I guess you could do Tomb of Etheria to get yourself like a weapon beforehand. Oh, we're done? Okay, we're done. Nice. Not too long. If you start on a later wave, you can get everything upgraded, like, immediately, but, I mean, this is fine. Very quickly, though, if you are starting on wave, like, 22 or 23, you want to give your apprentice a guardian pet of some kind, whichever one you're missing, because it's going to be rough otherwise. Now, at this point, if you want, you can place down a couple of spiders over here. Basically, anything that you place past these traps, like the center of where these traps are, it will be fine. You can just dump down a million spiders and a couple of mages, and they'll help you out with the DPS on a lot of the mobs. But I'm just lazy, so I'm not going to bother. But here is going to be your setup. Your primary hero is going to be your Jester. Who, wow, you have horrible cast rate. That is awful. Your secondary hero is going to be your Tower Boost Monk. And you're going to place him, I don't know, like somewhere over here, I guess. Your third hero is going to be your secondary Tower Boost Monk, in case the first one goes down, which it will, by the way. Oh, my nose is itchy. Oh, my nose is really itchy. And your last character is going to be Lenny, your summoner that has 2 Huntress Guardians. Very quickly, one of these Huntress Guardians does not have enough boosts to boost all of our defenses. That's fine though, or no, it does, because very quickly though, words. Very quickly though, one of these summoners, words are not mine. Very quickly though, this summoner has 2 Huntress Guardians, but one of them has only +4 to the number of defenses to boost rather than +6. This might sound weird, but that's actually fine, because this character actually, you actually can't boost the electric aura. The only aura you're actually able to boost is the electric aura, and considering the gas traps and all the other towers, and it also can't boost the reflector, like, you can't. The only towers that they're boosting are going to be the electric aura, the 3 gas trap. The only towers that you're boosting with your Huntresses are going to be the electric aura, the 3 traps, which is a total of 4 towers, and then the bowling ball turret, the mushroom spore tower, the forest golem, and the mortar turret, which is like 9 towers or something like that. Basically, you're not boosting that many towers, so even if you don't have the proper plus 12 from both of these, it's fine. You need to only have like plus 9. But otherwise, the boosts do need to be maxed out. Same is true also for your monks. Oh, not true. That's not really, but same is partially true for your monks, but it doesn't really matter. Anyways, the smart move, like, oh, words. Now, here's the thing. The smart move to do is, because later on we're going to get Dark Elf Warriors, and the Dark Elf Warriors are really rough to deal with, the best way to survive them is to place all of your characters on top of the Forest Golem at the start, because the Dark Elf Warriors have a really tough time getting up there. But honestly, that's a lot of hassle, so I'm just going to rely on us having good enough DPS, and I'm going to leave my heroes down here. But later on, if you're really struggling, you might want to place all of your characters at the start on top of your Forest Golem to keep them away from the Dark Elf Warriors. And then later on, when the Jhin Blitz happens, drop all of your characters down here so that the Jhins don't damage the hell out of them, and also so that your towers stay alive, and you should be good. Although that strategy does kind of break down starting on wave 27, but that's for way later. Oh, words. Do-do-do. Anyways, though, when you're starting out your wave... Oh, hold on. Actually, I should move this guy. Like, there-ish. Move him back down there. Anyways, for all of your waves, you're basically just going to be... Anyways, just go ahead, press Ctrl-G, and start tower boosting on this guy. Then swap back to your primary screen, and that's it. Every once in a while, your tower boost will go down at certain points, like when you have a ton of enemies, waves like 15 and onwards. And then that's when you swap to your other hero and start tower boosting on him. But it's fairly chill. Once you got that first-person tower boosting, you go onto your primary Jester, and you use triple sword to do a ton of damage to all the enemies. It is 43% of the HP of every enemy alive, so pretty good. Are these gas traps large enough? It totally is. Yeah, this thing is massive. Jesus Christ. Alternative. I'll mention it later. Yeah. There are alternatives to use. It was very funny seeing the crazy DPS we have. Alternatively, if you want, you can do a Eternia Crystal, a Goblin, and then another Goblin, and this will debuff enemies, which causes them to deal less damage and also take more damage. So they deal only 50% of the normal damage, and at the same time, they take around 50% extra damage. That lasts for a total of, I think, around 14 seconds, so keep that in mind. Why are these taking more fire damage now? Now, one last secret thing that you can do, which is, I don't know if I would recommend it until certain points, is do triple Goblin and gold all your enemies. This will gold Sharkins, this will gold Jhins, this will gold pretty much everything. Here's the thing, though. These gold enemies, they take, I'm pretty sure, reduced damage, and on top of that, they just have a ton of HP, so it, like, kind of is not really worthwhile. The only reason that you'd want to do that is to boost... Words not mine right now. The only reason you'd want to do that is because golden enemies have like a 20%-ish increase in their armor quality or something along those lines. So, like, if you can get away with it, then do it. But otherwise, honestly, just do triple sword or the debuff. By the way, very quickly on the debuff, a bit of a danger zone. If you do 2 Eternia Crystals and a Goblin instead of 2 Goblins and an Eternia Crystal, which is easy to mess up, you will actually buff the enemies, which doubles the damage that they do and doubles the damage, or and halves the damage that they take. So it's pretty risky. And in general, honestly, I just recommend doing triple sword. frankly speaking, if you don't mind doing a bit of extra micro, it is better to have 2 Jesters in here with ability 2 than it is to have 2 Monks, because sure, your ability 1 will go on cooldown at some point, but your Jesters will literally kill everything on the map, or more or less kill everything on the map every couple of seconds. Every minute or so. Ooh, the person who is DMing me on Discord that wants to steal my account has messaged me. Who would win? A hot, oiled up Shin? I can't include that in the video. God, that's gonna be awful. What's the health on these guys right now? 10 million? Not that much. That sucks how slow these guys are at the end. It is admittedly like incredibly funny to just see a trillion bowling ball shots going off in the distance. The attack rate is actually like 0.05 when I tried it last time, so very spooky. I think around wave 15 is when you want to start doing stuff. Frankly speaking, I prefer to just do a little bit of this instead of doing anything else. Because, like, can't bother. Time to sit here for the next 3 hours. I should not have done this. I should have gotten some food. I'm an idiot. Actually, I can just start the next wave and then go get some food, because these early waves are like easy. Good stretch, good stretch. YouTube keep recommending me the Nosferatu movie. Dog, I don't care about a movie from 1920. Oh wow, I can watch Nosferatu on YouTube. Oh wait, it doesn't have copyright. I can watch it wherever the hell I want. They probably have ads on it too. That's the funniest part. It is unreasonably funny that I have such god-awful, whatchamacallit on this character. Such god-awful, cast range. Is the amount of... No, the amount of items is not capping out. I just don't have any item in there. Honestly, these waves are lasting a bit longer than I thought they would. What's the armor quality looking like? Getting there. Hey, look at that. We're only on wave 10, and already the armor quality is pretty good. I think around wave 15 or so is when you can go ahead and start looking at the ground armor to see if there's anything better than what you have. Now, that isn't entirely necessary by any means if you're doing this strategy the way that I am, because you can just go for straight for Transcendence. But if you're lacking in your stats a little bit, it's definitely worthwhile to just like rummage through the items on the ground, at least starting on wave 20, because it is probably going to be way better armor, at least for tower stats, than what you currently have equipped. And you don't have to really worry about the mana cost on it, because we're getting like at least 100 million mana per wave, if not more. Actually, it's way more than that, but whatever. I'm gonna go get some food and use the bathroom. Back to position, baby. What was that noise? Something made a very loud noise. Great. I returned just in time. I want to mute my microphone because I think the sounds of me eating are fucking gross, and I don't want. I'm not doing ASMR. I'm muting for a bit. Words. I am unmuting for a second, and what am I saying? Look at this. We are finally getting a couple pieces of Transcendent gear. Now, it's not going to be amazing Transcendent gear by any means. I mean, it's just like very beginner. But later on, you'll get a lot more of it and a lot better quality gear. I'm going to go ahead and actually pick up any of like the good... I'm actually going to go ahead and pick up anything that I see as like a good tower stat weapon. I'm going to go ahead and start picking up anything that looks like it's good for tower stats, just to show you guys what you can expect to get on wave like 15 and all that good business. You do get pristine, I was wrong. Huh. I swear I didn't get pristine before. Accessories. It is kind of funny just hearing the occasional from the dude getting hit by my golem. There really is not that much pristine gear. There's literally just this one piece of pristine armor. That's so strange, isn't it? How much mana do we have as well? 7 billion. Yeah, we're getting plenty of mana. Actually, don't know how much mana it is per wave, but probably something good. I wonder how much of a mess this video is going to be to edit. Probably awful. Now, I didn't go through everything because I got really lazy, but I went through like 50 items, and this is approximately what I got. And you can see it is roughly on par with what we got like equipped right now, except it can go all the way up to 200 in any of its given stats. And we're only on wave 15. I guess it really isn't worth looking at gear up until you get to wave like 20 or something, but if you don't have really good gear yet, then this is a good way to start, you know. But if you don't have any good gear yet, this is a good way to start getting into the higher tiers of armor. Stat-wise. I'm gonna mute my microphone. Behold the Jin Rush. So at some point in the waves, you'll get like a gazillion Jins coming in. And if you have your Tower Boost at this point, you're chilling. But I would actually save your hero's Jester Wheel for when this comes in if you're like thinking it's going to come in sometime soon. You'll get a feel for it because these guys don't have that much health. Later on, they're going to have 100 million HP, and being able to do an instant 42 million damage is really nice. But this is also a good opportunity to show off something else, which is this is actually one of the rare times where it's probably good to do a triple golden enemies. Not right now, but now. Because look at this. Pretty much all of the Jins are dead, and all that's left are the Sharkin. And the Sharkin, well, they can't get forward at all because they're going to get stopped by the gas draft no matter what. Meaning it's essentially free to make these guys golden and get a bit of a quality increase from their drops. Oh, my schnoz. But by no means is it necessary. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. But if you can, it's a nice bonus. And my tower just went down. Now here's the other thing that I have to mention, which is the tower boost. In my experience, around the 800 to 900-ish enemies range, you're going to start losing your tower boost. And this is where you want to go ahead. Cut that out. Oh, my head hurts. Oh, I should not have started this when I did. Am I still keeping up my boost? It's kind of insane. Seriously, how is this boost staying up? Now here's another thing I have to mention, which is the tower boost. Around the 900-ish enemy mark, it depends, it changes as time goes on, you will lose your tower boost. That's why you have a secondary monk to start his tower boost. And he only needs to have his tower boost last for about like 20-ish seconds, and at that point, you can go ahead and swap back to your main tower boost. So it's not that bad. It's fairly easy, all things considered. And then you swap back to this one, you start shooting, and you hide the other screens. It's pretty easy, but it is just something you have to deal with. I mean, you're going to endgame in like, what, 6 to 8-ish hours, something like that. Don't be surprised if the build isn't particularly amazing. God, all the Jins. Oh my god. Jesus. Now that all their Jins are in, we'll just do this. And just the Zumba. Really strange setup. You got 4 Transcendence on this wave, not too bad. You know, the Transcendents are bad, but that's, you know, neither here nor there. Well, maybe not the worst. Hey, look at that. We got a Supreme! Our first Supreme! And there's a godly piece of gear blocking my view of it. Evil, fucked up godly gear. Oh, das ist gut. Das ist sehr gut. Lieblingsspielen durch. Den Namen wieder. Hey! Well, look at that. The very first of many Dark Elf warriors. I fumbled my my wheel there, so I think he got a bit far forward, but if he does that on the later waves, he probably won't one-shot you guys, but he'll get pretty close. And unless the bowling ball turret bounces him away, you're kind of screwed. So I have to admit something here. I don't really know of a good way to deal with them. The bowling ball turret just hits them a lot, but I don't know. I've tried bouncer blockades, I've tried a lot of things, but nothing really seems to deal with them that well. If you find a way to deal with them that is like really efficient and easy, then please mention it in the comments and help out everybody else. But the but for me, this bouncer ball turret is the best thing I could come up with, and it's not even that good. That said, we should still get through the entire map without that many different. That said, we should still get through the entire map without too much difficulty. This is nothing major, but I wanted to just show that we got a Supreme item on Wave 19, and wow, that is really good. Now we just finished wave 20, and I want to show you guys some of the loot that we got. These are the mythicals from this wave, only from wave 20, and you can see they're pretty good. You know, around 250-ish, 200-ish, and a good amount of upgrades on most of them. And here's all the Transcendence that we've gotten that were worth keeping. And as you can see, these are a pretty big step up in quality. And keep in mind, they do get 3% more from their set bonus compared to Mythicals, and on top of that, their stat caps are at 420 rather than 360. Also, they tend to have more upgrades, and on top of that, we also got these Supremes, which, to be determined. We can't use these yet, but if you wanted to, you could level and then use them. Either way, pretty big stat increase in everything. Also, keep in mind, we're not getting that many Transcendence this... Also, keep in mind, we're not getting too many Transcendence right now. Also, keep in mind that we're not actually getting that many Transcendence right now. Realistically speaking, you should be getting like 30 to 40 Transcendence-ish every single wave once you start getting into wave like 27 and onwards. You get a lot of them. And once you get that many Transcendence per wave, you're basically able to upgrade all... You're basically able to upgrade an armor. You're basically able to upgrade your armor every single wave. That right there, I have no idea why, but every once in a while, a Dark Elf Warrior decides to choose violence, and it just destroys you. The way that one Naruto ran directly to my heroes is something that's really rare, though. Most of the time, they'll just slowly inch forward, and then they do a big jump onto your hero. And then they do a big jump onto your heroes, and from then on, it's kind of an RNG game. If it's super late, like wave 30, they might one-shot your heroes, maybe. But if it's not that late, then they'll just do a bit of damage, and then they'll die. By the way, when the Jin Blitz happens, if you do a triple sword, be ready to like tank some shots and or try and dodge some shots because when you're standing up this high, or even when you're on the ground, honestly, the Jins have a good amount of aggro on you, and they will deal like 20k damage per shot, so just keep an eye on it. But most of the time, they'll die very soon afterwards, so you won't have to worry about it that much. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Whoop. Oh, boy. Right before the Jhin Blitz, too. Ba boo boo ba boo bop. Show me swapping my armor. Asshole. Oh yeah, on wave 25 you get pet. Wow, look at that. Not really useful. Not really worth using, but neat. legendary mistiming of my wheel. I think I need to move the reflection beam just a little bit farther forward, to be honest. It's doing alright, but could certainly use some help. Okay. No more genie time. Ow. Fuck you guys. Same here. Ow. Oh god, my microphone is still on. Well, given that's the case, I ought to mention that... I should mention, by the way, on wave 27, your enemy count will then increase by like 6... I gotta mention, by the way, on wave 27-ish, you're gonna have... Oh my god, my English. I gotta mention, by the way, around wave 27, you're gonna have an increase in your enemies all the way up to 1992. I'm pretty sure this is the max, so as long as you can handle everything here, you should be good for the entire map. The only difference you'll really notice, the only difference you'll really notice is if you're struggling already with the Dark Elf Warriors, then later... God damn it. The only difference you'll really notice is that normally you get the Dark Elf Warriors, and then after a while you get the Djinns. Now you're just going to get Dark Elf Warriors and Djinns pretty much at the same time, as long as you have bad DPS. If you have good DPS, it's basically the exact same thing, just more enemies. Cut that out. The only real difference you'll notice is that... Fuck. The only real difference you'll notice is that normally the wave structure is a group of Djinns. Fuck. The only real difference that you'll notice is that normally the wave structure is a bunch of regular enemies and Djinns, and then eventually the regular enemies die, and you get a Djinn Blitz, and then, you know, wave is over. This time, if you don't have really good DPS, you're just going to get a ton of Djinn. This time, if you don't have really good DPS, you're just going to get a ton of regular enemies and Djinns at the same time. But honestly, if you have around the stats that I had, you should be fine. Okay, now all the Djinns hate me. I think I'm safe here, though, I think. Or mostly safe. I'm safer than I am on top of the crystal. I know that for a fact. I'm not safe. I'm not safe. What the fuck are these mythicals, man? Or transcendence?
running in circles.
wasn't paying attention. Something just came in and nearly assassinated Lenny Lincoln. Our first piece of ultimate gear, and it's a DPS piece. Not bad though. You know, I didn't notice this, but we got an ultimate this round. And not just one ultimate. We actually got 2 ultimates. Because we have another one over here. They're only good for DPS, and I'm not really picking those up right now because I'm lazy. But, that's pretty neat. It's pretty neat.
Shoot him.
Fun fact, this entire time, because I just never paid any amount of attention, I've only had 2 pieces of gear that were upgraded. And that would explain a lot. I was wondering, like, why am I taking so much damage? It is in fact because I am incredibly stupid. Oh my god. Oh. You know, that explains a lot. I was really wondering why those Dark Elf warriors were dealing so much damage. Like, I knew they dealt a lot, but I'm like, I have a lot of HP. And same with the Jins. I was like, I have a lot of health. These guys shouldn't be dealing that much damage. And this whole time, I didn't even have, like, half the resistances that I should have. I am El Stupido Maximus. Ooh. Wrong character. Wow. Oops. Okay, it turns out I lied, and on the final wave you get an extra, like, what is that? 700 enemies, give or take. But no big deal. They shouldn't really be any problem.
Blink.
Gotta get more and more. Wow, like words. I need to get a more stable mic stand. This one is just like the invincible edits. You know that? It's the same thing with my microphone. And we are finished. Isn't that neat? Ooh, I forgot. I should have locked some of the items I had and moved them beforehand. Now I have the map completion slop to look through. But either way, some random pets. You also get skeletons / giraffe on a treadmills, which can be pretty good. For example, this one. Pretty nice, right? Even has a speed multiplier. Only downside is that 725, interesting. Only downside is that they have a level requirement of 100, which is a little rough in my opinion, but whatever. I gotta go ahead and look through all the loot on the ground, decide what to keep, and then yet again I have to look through the loot in my stash and decide what's actually a map reward and what I had beforehand. Not too bad. I have no idea how long that took, though. About 6 hours on the recording. Nothing entirely surprising. Oh, my inventory ran out. It's interesting. Some of these end of map stuff is just like not that good. That accessory is actually surprisingly good. It's interesting. And yet still nearly no pristine gear. Which is very, very strange. Damn. Alright. Pack it up. I need to sort through this slop. Neato. I wonder what Mr. Tavern Keep is going to have for me. Also, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be like roughly 1 billion mana from the last wave. Yeah, not so bad. Okay, that's enough mice on Venus. Oh my goodness, he has hot garbage for sale. Wow. And no weapons either. Alright, let's see. Can I dump my local save file into that one website and have it do all of my shit? Or what's the deal? Binaries, 132, nope. Engine, config, nope. UDK gain, config, nope. Binaries, 132. Done. Yes. Gear optimizer. Clear my information on this website. Because Firefox. Where be me hermit? I don't know why it assumes I want to make my fucking warden a builder summoner. I don't really understand that. Oh. Hmm. It's an awkward realization I've just had. It's great. Let's make you a builder EV. Nah, builder EV doesn't look that good. Drone. You get to be a builder apprentice. Type all. Set. Exclude events. Okay, quit best. What's that compared to my current stats? About a 1k increase. 1k increase, 1k increase, 300 increase. Alright, let's go do it.
Did you need something?
Whoops, I was not supposed to upgrade that. Ends 2. $237, huh? How are these the best? $245. Oh, Valerio. A mythical chest piece, really? That's strange.
Let me share my last experience.
I mean, it's got good stats, don't get me wrong. It's just very strange that that's allegedly the best thing that I have. Guess it makes sense. $246. $245. Alright, that was the entirety of Deeper Well Survival, and we have a lot of armors from there. Granted, I actually got fairly unlucky, maybe, or I just didn't pick up that much stuff. I don't remember. Last time I did this, I got like 10 pages, but I mean, either way, we have enough sets of armor to increase our stats on all of our heroes by a ton. Here's like a rough example of kind of the stats that you would expect on your characters. A little bit low on the sides, to be honest, but it basically, you get 500 from your weapon, 500-ish from your pet, and you should be expecting, what's the number here? 559 from every single piece of armor when you have a matching set. Granted, in this case, I don't have a chest piece, but whatever, good enough. These stats are, I'm pretty sure, like, more than good enough to do the entirety of Infested Survival. So, like, you could do that. And that is, like, the best armor farm in the game, or, you know, on par with the best armor farms in the game. There's also the fact that I'm also not wearing any accessories whatsoever, which, that's like a, what, plus 600 to your primary stat? By the way, when it comes to accessories, I recommend just doing Arcane Library on, like, Nightmare Hardcore. But that's not to say that's the only option, because you could also do stuff like Lab Assault on Ruthless Hardcore. Also, this is a good armor farm. And on top of that, you can do, in the challenges question, on top of that, you can do in the challenges section, once you get to the Ramparts, you can do Ruthless Hardcore of the Assault Challenge Pack, which is a really good way to get stat weapons for your EV and also for your Huntress. There's a whole bunch of other stuff on what you can do to get, like, DPS weapons, yada yada yada. But if you want all that information, just go watch the quest for completion. As for this video, we have like roughly 3.5k in the primary stat. You can get this up to like maybe 4 or 5k pretty easily. You can get this up to like maybe 4 or 5k if you have full supremes and all that good business, or full ultimates. But either way, that's gonna be it for my video. Once this is done and uploaded, I'm going to start working on a, like, support series, not series, but like an episode where I'm going to show you, like, how you can do Lab Assault or the other challenges, all those other things to get, like, accessories and neat little things like that. Or, like, alternative plat. Once this is done uploading, once I'm done uploading this, I'm probably going to go and make another video on the same account showing, like, Lab Assault and also maybe the campaign challenge thing I was talking about. A whole bunch of stuff like that, because all of that stuff is things you can do before you go into Deeper Well. And Lab Assault specifically, not only does it give you accessories, which is really nice, but the armor you get from here is really good, or can be really good. It's a very mixed bag. But it can be so good that you can actually just get, like, these stats, roughly these stats, and then just go straight into Infested if you want. So if you don't like the Deeper Well challenge, so if you don't like the Deeper Well experience, then you can just go from... So if you don't like the Deeper Well experience, you can just follow that path. But for this video, that is it. It took a bit longer than I expected because I got a bit unlucky, but regardless, I think it was like, what, maybe like 9 hours total, something like that, 10-ish. Either way, I'm done, and I'm bored, and I'm gonna have to edit like 12 hours of video. Oh boy.